Hey there, everybody. Welcome back to some more Final Fantasy XIV. So, I've gotten to be able to rest up after the very draining marathon last weekend. And yeah, I've been playing a bit of Final Fantasy as well throughout the week. Haven't done anything that big, I would say. Most of the stuff that I've been doing throughout the week has been primarily a little bit of leveling. I believe mainly ninja. Gotten a little bit higher. I think summoner as well. Scholar, same. Most of the same stuff. Because of summoner basically, and then I've gotten a few of the crafters leveled up a bit, and also botanist a bit more. So there's that. And then I've also gone around and gotten all of the Aether Currents that are not quest related, because no reason to just leave those around. So what we're going to be doing today is I have a bunch of blue quests around the place. Primarily the ones that unlock the Aether Currents from the quests into different zones. Let me actually music a little bit. But yeah, we have like around 24 quests that need to be done. Some of these are maybe not the most important ones to really look at, because I feel like the only ones that are really important of these is going to be the ones that have the like picture for the quest, because that likely indicates that that's going to be one of the what is it called now again? The Allied Societies. I guess Allied Societies like unlock quests. So yeah, we're gonna go around and do those. And at the same time, we also have a quest here. It belongs in a museum. And another one somewhere else. We're just gonna unlock a, or both, basically this quest and then the other one, I have no idea where it is. Those quests are gonna unlock some new dungeons. And I'm thinking we'll just do those. But first, let's go ahead and unlock the hunt stuff that I'm missing, because I tried accepting this quest before the stream because I thought, oh, it's just gonna be a really quick dialogue thing, not that important. It's actually sending us to talk to someone else.
Shauna. The Wing of Protection has been keeping a beady eye on you. Say you've been making yourself useful. That your adventures have taken you to nigh on every corner of Tyrol, including Yak-TL, I hear. The land of my people. I know how dangerous those woods can be, not only from the tales of my ancestors, but from the bills on the board, too. Think you're ready to take on a bigger challenge? That's the spirit. Alright, then, let me tell you what these intermediate marks are all about. Beginner level marks can be taken down by any hunter or mercenary, but these ones call for a mite more preparation. I'm not just talking physically, but mentally, too. If you're going to risk your life going after these beasts, it's important to know what you're risking it for, which is why I tell everyone who thinks they're ready to move on from beginner builds to talk to Tyat Cat first. She's a master huntress and mentor to would-be vipers. You'll find her down in the Gornatruk Gleam Sands. Look for the XBRAAL with the cobalt fur and ask her to tell you our history.
Okay. Let's see what this quest actually, like if there's actually any sort of interesting dialogue or not. If there isn't, then I'm just gonna skip through the next quest or two of these hunt mark unlocks.
You have business with me, Outlander? Balaga sent you, eh? More meat for the marks, though you look to have a little more about you than most. Well, if you're dead set on devoting yourself to the Dawn Hunt, I should let you know a little bit more about it. Where to begin? You might say at the beginning, but it's hard to put a pin in exactly when that was. Even before Koana brought the system of marks and bills over from Eorzea, our people were hunters, not just for food, but for safety, hunting down those ill-made monstrosities whose very existence was inimical to our own. It was for that very purpose that the Vipers came to be. The finest hunters in Tyrol banded together to hone their skills and their blades, and devoted their lives to stalking and slaying the fiends. At first, we were no more than a fellowship of like-minded folk who take it upon themselves to deal with any danger they caught wind of. It was only after Gilal Jaja united Tyrol under the Dawn Servant's crown that our role as protectors of the realm was made official. Commissions started pouring in from Yusolani to Yaktiel, but we didn't have the numbers to answer them all. That's when Koana proposed we bring in the system he'd seen in Eorzea, calling on adventurers and mercenaries to handle those threats we couldn't. If there's a point to this little history lesson, it's this: many folk join the hunt seeking adventure, or glory, or fortune. But from the very beginning, whenever that was, it's been about one thing and one thing only: protecting those who can't protect themselves. Don't forget that.
Okay.
And one more request that I make of every Viper to train under me: don't get yourself killed. We hunt to save lives, not to throw them away for no good reason. I reckon that's enough moralizing from me for one day. It's about time I headed back to Yaktiel. Come and drop by if you're ever in the area.
Okay. And the role quest, I'm thinking we can do some of those maybe once I have some more jobs like maxed out. Also probably after I've actually finished up all of the Endwalker ones, because I still haven't done all of them. I think I'm missing like one. I think I'm missing like for one of the roles.
Back already, are you? Did Tayatkat tell you everything you needed to know? Good to hear. We don't hunt to kill, we hunt to live. Remember that, and you'll be fine. Speaking of, I took the opportunity to update the ledger. You're approved to take on intermediate marks now. Good hunting, and good luck.
Okay.
Intermediate, you are now, new
Okay.
Shauna. It's good to see you safe. The whole city's been on a knife edge since the attack. Folk need hunters like you and me to deal with the dangers they're facing more than ever. Like you and me, and like Napaikwi. Viper by trade. Always helping out with the hunt. She took a bill from the board a few days back. Thing is, it was for a markup in Yusolani, and no one's seen her since. Might be that she's still on its trail, but hearing about everything that's happening up there, all this about the dome, I can't help but worry. A little bird tells me you've been inside it? You couldn't ask around in there, could you? Find out if anyone's seen her?
Oh, she's probably aged up a lot.
Thank you. It means a lot to me. Last anyone heard from her, she was on her way to Teshbiani. Maybe someone in the village will have seen her, if there's anyone left.
I guess we can take that one when we get back. Yeah, how's everyone been this week? Personally, I've been just playing playing Final Fantasy primarily, and working. It's basically just been my week for the most part.
Good evening to you. Anything I can help you with? Napaikwi. Yes, I know her well. She's something of a hero around these parts. Our guardian angel.
Little EP but chilling. Good to hear.
She just arrived when the tremor struck, on the trail of some beast or other. Can't remember the details now. But I do remember that when the ground started shaking, and Levin filled the air, it was she who guided us all to safety. Braved the bolts to drive back the beasts that were tearing up our farmsteads. Where is she now, I wonder? Last I heard, she'd registered with the hunters, but that was years back. She'd probably be retired now, or, no, she's still with us. She has to be. I wouldn't remember her if she wasn't. You should go and ask the facilitators at Resolution, up in Solution 9. They keep a record of every citizen's location. Tell them you're looking for an old friend and they'll put you in contact.
Okay. So, oh, I need to go all the way up there. Yeah, I'm just gonna teleport then. Honestly, I'm actually a little bit disappointed that Square actually showed off Solution 9 back in the live letters, because I feel like seeing this place like as an actual reveal that no one knew about, that would have been so much more interesting than what those of us who watched the live letters ended up getting. Okay, let's see.
Welcome to the government sector. How may I be of service? You're a friend of Napaikwi's? One of many, I'm sure. Such an amiable soul, and such a shame about that injury forcing her from the field.
Heritage found in Solution 9 would have been wild blind. Yeah, definitely. That's the thing where I'm like, I kind of wish that they hadn't shown those two areas off. Because like, it immediately made it just so that you would think, okay, something is gonna happen. Like, why is there suddenly like massive amounts of technology? It's like, okay, we now know that Heritage found is a zone with a bunch of like weird tech stuff. It seemed like it was just like, okay, great, that maybe don't show that off.
But what a career. I should think the better part of our data on the local fauna was collected by her and her followers who adore her to this day. I believe she was the one who introduced the idea of fighting with twin blades, too, and look how that's taken off. Sharing citizens' personal information is strictly forbidden, as a rule. However, Napaikwi left specific instructions that if any fellow to rally should come calling, we should send them directly to her. And so I shall. Her registered domicile is in residential radius 9 to 14. Ever since her retirement, she spends most of her days sitting in the plaza, watching the world go by. Let me know if you have trouble finding her, but if you do, please pass on my best wishes.
Okay. She might be one that we have seen, or maybe not. I seem to remember there being at least an NPC sitting around in this area. I don't remember over where it's pointing now. You're kind of more interested in how they introduced them, or what was actually happening through the right. It was definitely kind of awkward to reveal early. Like, I feel like definitely Solution 9, I feel like they should have almost kept hidden. It was like revealed when people actually came to it. Because people would, like, it's basically, at this point we kind of know the sort of general thing of like, okay, there's going to be 6 zones, there's going to be 2 main cities, we get to the first main city usually, like, immediately from the start, and then we get to, like, a city, like, either, like, early on in the MSQ, and then we get to go back to it later, or we get to go to it, like, halfway through the MSQ and then get access to it properly. Like, we kind of know the formula, so if they had gone like, okay, we're not gonna reveal the next or the second city. That would have been like that would have actually piqued I think a lot of people's interest. Like, okay, what could that be?
You're a hunter, aren't you? Hat. You've got the gait. The eye. Could see it a Malmoth. Bal Aga? Now there's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Well, you go tell him I'm as safe and well as I've ever been. Sure, it was a shock when the barrier fell, but what kind of viper would I be if I didn't try to make the best of a bad situation? I joined the hunters. Put my talents to use keeping this place safe. Till 10 years ago, that is, when my good hand finally gave out on me. Had to leave the front lines. Thought I was done for good, to be honest. But then Her Majesty came to me. Gave me a new mission, cataloging the beasts I no longer had the strength to kill. Gave me a new lease on life. Say, now that the barrier's broken, is Bal Aga thinking of bringing the Dawn Hunt back to Ysolini? If he is, then could you give him this?
List of all the animals or beasts.
Tell him. Tell him that I'm still here. That for 30 years, I kept my vow.
Something I actually really hope that they do, like just in general, is add more, like housing districts. Or not districts, but areas. Like I feel like they could do so much with all the housing areas, because currently we have all of the main cities in Aramborn, if you don't count Mordona. We have what the fuck is that? It's his name again in Heaven's Ward. Ishgard. We have Ishgard. We have Kugane. We have from the base game and the first two expansions, we have housing districts. I really want us to get more. Like, I feel like maybe it would be a little bit limited with Crystarium and Yulmore from in terms of Shadowbringers. Simply due to the fact that we know it's limited in terms of space. Like, we know that Yulmore we basically explored all of. There's not a whole lot extra we could have in terms of like housing areas. That one's limited. Crystarium, there could technically be stuff behind the Crystal Tower where we could have like housing, but maybe still a little bit limited, but it feels like it's the one that's most likely to be maybe used as like a housing area. I feel like both Sharlayan and Razatan could be possible areas for housing areas in the Walker. And I honestly would really love it if Solution 9, for example, also became one. Like both Tolal or Tuliolal, both Tuliolal and Solution 9 would be pretty cool housing areas as well.
Good to see you back safe, Shauna. Well, any news on Napaikwi? She still lives, then, and it seems all this insanity with the dome hasn't dulled her passion for the hunt any. The notebook makes proof of that. 30 years of work. 30 years. I can't get my head around it. I can count the hours since I last spoke with her, yet it's a wonder she can remember me at all. Still, I'm grateful she does. And if she needs my help hunting down some of these beasts, that's exactly what I'll give her.
I hope we get Solution 9 as a housing area at some point. Yeah, because I love the aesthetic of Solution 9. It is so different from basically anything else. I think it's unlikely, but it's possible. Yeah, I would say it's possible, because like we know that there's at least like what is it, 12 levels of like stuff in Solution 9. So there has to be some possibility to like have one of them being a housing area. Plus, when we just like look at the like skybox of Solution 9, it is massive. So there's a good argument for like, hey, there's probably an area in there where there's space for houses. I feel like they would have to basically introduce a new like house exterior though, where it's like Solution 9 based, which would be so fucking cool. They did that.
I'll go through this book and draw up bills for the nastiest critters in it. Bring the Dawn Hunt back to Ysulani, or whatever it is they call the place now.
I think the main problem is that all the past housing areas are main cities, so it's probably more likely to be to the yeah, true. It's usually never the like trading city, trading, crafting, end game sort of city, like Ratzatan or Idle Sharon, whatnot. So yeah, but I feel like people would probably be more happy with Solution 9 over Studio Lal, but I think people would be really happy if they did both of them at the same time. Like, that would get people very happy. Plus, it would also help alleviate a little bit of the problem with the housing market, which is still just absolute ass.
Guess it'll be a while before folk can make their way past that barrier freely, so I'll be counting on you and yours to take the lead.
Both would be yep. Like, people would be so fucking happy, I think, if they basically went like, during a live, they were just like, so, we're gonna be introducing some new housing. It's in both of these areas. People would be freaking the fuck out.
But looking at some of these entries, there's a fair few fiends up there that are tougher than anything I've let you go after before. I'll see you're approved to take on advanced marks. Thanks, my friend, and good hunting.
Especially the way, I feel like it would be even better if they went like, okay, instead of revealing the housing districts first, they went, okay, we have some new housing exteriors. And they basically show like Tuliolal and Solution 9 sort of exterior for the houses, and then they go like, and since you're now getting some new housing exteriors, you also need a place where they would fit. And then they show off the housing districts that would get people very happy, I think. Because I feel like the general sort of
your new
opinion that I've seen of people's like opinion of the two cities, people like both of them a lot, and that is understandable. If it's not a district, Solution 9 has to get an exterior at least. I feel like that would be so cool because the aesthetic is so fucking unique to Final Fantasy, like, or in terms of like everything else in Final Fantasy, because everything else is usually just like, okay, it's either just fantasy based or more Japanese, and that's kind of it. There's not a whole lot of like tech stuff other than like, I guess, Guardian things or Elegant, but it's not like, that's more like fantasy sort of technology kind of thing. Whereas Solution 9 just feels like, okay, this is like actual like cyberpunk, like futuristic tech sort of stuff, which is like, okay, this is cool. Alright, let's get the final hunt thing.
Shauna, you honor me with your presence. I've heard all about the deeds you've been doing for Wuklamad. As if ending Valagarmanda's rampage wasn't impressive enough, you saved the city from those mechanical beggars, too. If there were ever any doubts about your abilities, they're well and truly answered. Which is why I'd like to ask your aid one last time. Will you join us in our most essential duty, seeking out and slaying those fiends most foul? Those that pose the gravest dangers to our people? You're a hero through and through. Hunting down marks like these is the very purpose the Vipers were founded for. And it's no easy task, I can tell you. There are horrors out there. True horrors. Tural Vidral like Valagarmanda. Creatures more akin to gods than beasts. We Vipers wander far and wide across the land that we might learn of these creatures, and one day, end them. You remember Tyat Cat? She's been doing just that for decades now, and has come away with a long list of targets. If you're interested in finding out more about them, go and see her in Yaktiel. Napaikwi was doing the same when she went to Yasulani, and yet there's nothing you could call a Tural Vidral in her journal. Strange, I thought, when they've shown up nigh everywhere else. Makes me wonder if she might on TVE left them out on purpose. Napaikwi's a viper to the quick, you see. Nothing matters to her more than the people's safety. Separated from her fellow vipers as she was, perhaps she thought it best to leave such nightmares well alone. Forgive me for asking so much of you, but if you plan to return to Yasulani anytime soon, could you speak with her again? See if there's something she's not telling us. Something we might be able to help her with. Oh, and tell her one more thing, from me, that if she wants to come back, me and the rest of the Vipers stand ready to welcome her with open arms.
Okay, right, solution 9. Still feel like this Aetherite is a little bit annoying with how like the entire area around it is kind of exactly easy to figure out if you're close enough or not.
Ah, the hunter from across the water. What message do you have for me today? Bal Aga, you sentimental fool. I thank him for remembering me, but this is my home now. These people, my people. I've lived here, fought here, for the better part of my life. Stepping beyond that wall would be like stepping 30 years into the past. And while I've fond memories of the place, I'm an old woman now. I've grown unused to change. Not to mention that.
Lady Napaikwi. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize you had company.
It's all right, she's a friend of the cause. Let me introduce you. Lone Yin, Rainuri, meet Shauna. The hunter from beyond the wall. Shauna, these are, what would you call yourselves? My little helpers?
Protégés, more like. Lone Yin, at your service. I studied the twin blades under Lady Napaikwi and I've been helping her conduct her census on the beasts of Alexandria.
And I'm Rainuri. I've been working behind the scenes with Oblivion, so I've heard a lot about you and your exploits. Even seen a few firsthand, albeit from the shadows.
Oh, that's why she's not wearing one of those I forget what they're called, but like the devices that most of the people here wear.
After you brought peace to living memory, our team secured what we could from the data banks. Found a fair few things that brought a glint to Lady Napaikwi's eye, I can tell you. Tural Vidral, Shauna. Bal Aga knew it. It doesn't do to draw too much attention to those fiends you haven't the strength to slay. From what Rainuri tells me of your achievements, though, I shouldn't wonder if you and yours could succeed where we could not. Queen's Fiend charged me with chronicling her kingdom's fauna, and I expect there are many discoveries still to be made in its darkest corners. If you want to learn more, just ask these two. Please, ask away. Lone Yin spends most of his time down in the outskirts, but I'll be here. As shall I. My duty is far from over, so in answer to Bal Aga's question, no, I will not be returning to Tulialau, but please let him know that I appreciate his kind words, and that I'm only too happy to extend him the same offer.
Okay, back to Leoval. Kind of wondering if I should do all the blue quests like on stream or not, because specifically the ones for the currents, because I guess I can try and do like all of them in one zone and then see how long that takes, and if it ends up taking too long, then I can just go around and I guess do the ones that have like a picture, because that usually just indicates that they're important.
Welcome back, Shauna. Did you speak with Napaikwi? I see. It's good to know she has friends. I couldn't bear to think of her all alone up there. A viper lives to hunt, that others might live to hunt another day, or so the saying goes. Sounds like she's taken that message to heart. Taken it upon herself to train a new generation. And it looks like you're her latest pupil. May luck be with you, Shauna, and remember, whatever you do, don't get yourself killed.
Okay. Lead hunt.
You are now
nice. Okay, let's see here. Let's head to you know what, let's go to Old Pacha. And we can try and do just all the blue Aether current quest there. See how long it takes, and then based on how long it took, maybe just do only the ones with the pictures, unless all of them have that. Okay, so this kind of indicates to me that this is that the Pilu are gonna have a they're gonna be one of the new daily quest ups, seemingly at least. Because I feel like those quests always have this.
I recognize you. You're Shauna, yes. I've heard about you. Companion to the Third Promise, a most dependable individual. The name's Napli, and I'll have you know I'm a merchant blessed by fortune, if I do say so myself. Indeed, I believe our meeting today is no chance encounter, but the hands of fate guiding us for one singular purpose, the exchange of invaluable items at an unbelievable price. If I could direct your attention over here for just a moment. Feast your eyes on these crates of exceedingly rare and precious corrupted crystals. Beautiful, aren't they? They were extracted from remote regions of Eorzea, and shine a brilliant orange hue, quite unlike your run-of-the-mill crystals. No. For you, I'm willing to offer them for the low price of 1 pel, in the millions column. It's nigh highway robbery at this valuation, but anything for a friend of the Third Promise.
Sorry, I clearly misheard you. It almost sounded like you said 1 million. They're not worth even a fraction of that price. Such a low price, I'll be a fool to refuse. Not even worth the fraction of that.
What do you mean? Considering how much it set me back to purchase them, the price I'm offering should be perfectly reasonable. Strange. These are precious crystals, are they not? Jay, just to be certain, these crystals are considered priceless treasures in Eorzea, right?
Not really. And they can be used for like science, but otherwise not really from what I know.
Let me see if I'm getting this right. Not only are corrupted crystals commonplace across the salt, but they're also highly volatile. And in the past, you once used such crystals together with an elemental converter to do battle with powerful entities you call primals. What's more, you kept them in a warded container at all times to protect against their deleterious effects. All of which is to say, no practical use for such crystals has been discovered, meaning no one with sense would ever bother to mine them. The peddler who sold the crystals to me never mentioned a word of this. He claimed they're extremely rare in Eorzea, which is why I decided to purchase them in the first place, even at the exorbitant price he offered. Naturally, I believed him. Having never seen crystals of their like, could you blame me? But if they really have no use, have I, Noply the Lucky, been swindled? Well, at the very least, I was able to learn about the crystal's true nature before selling them to some poor soul. Fortune hasn't abandoned me completely yet. At any rate, I'd like to verify whether these crystals truly hold no value. Would you be willing to help me look into this, Shauna? I need someone I can trust, and that you'd be willing to share the truth with me says a lot. No need to answer right away, give it some thought. If you've no interest, you're free to be on your way. If you decide to assist me, however, I'll be here waiting.
Okay.
You're willing to help, then. Wonderful. You truly are a kind-hearted soul. Now, before I go and confront the merchant who sold me these crystals, I'd like to look into potential uses for them in Turil. For instance, crystals are in high demand among Turali mages, who make extensive use of them in their rituals. And I just so happen to know a spellcaster among the distillery's guard. I'd like you to speak with them about the corrupted crystals, and gauge their interest in purchasing them. In the meantime, I will see about procuring a container to ward off the crystal's harmful effects. Per your explanation, preparing an elemental converter with my skills is likely impossible, but finding the requisite materials for a warding vessel should be well within my abilities. The mage you're looking for is an individual of the Bunwa tribe. If you happen upon someone wielding a staff, chances are you've found them.
Okay. Actually, also quickly see. There you are. Yeah, this person doesn't have any. This quest doesn't have anything there.
Oh, thank goodness, a capable-looking traveler. Please, I need your help. My caravan was attacked by beasts. I had a bodyguard, a young Momul JA mercenary, but he could barely fend for himself, let alone me. He somehow managed to throw me over his shoulder and carry me all the way here. But no sooner did my feet touch the ground than he ran back into the jaws of death. Damned if I can figure out why. Injured as he was, I don't like his chances. Please, I beg of you, go to Chebayokek, and save him.
But yeah, I feel like doing the like all the blue quests with like all the dialogue and everything. If it ends up taking a little bit too long, then I might just only do the ones with the picture and then just skip. Just do the other ones off stream basically.
Intriguing. I've never heard of these corrupted crystals. As a practitioner of the arcane arts, I'll not deny they pique my curiosity. But I'm afraid I have no interest in purchasing them. If they're as volatile as you say, there is little to be done with crystals whose very nature can change on a whim.
Okay, this one was pretty quick. I'm almost certain that this is going to be a whole quest line which is going to unlock basically a tribal quest line.
So even the mage was not interested. Nevertheless, I thank you for speaking with them on my behalf. It seems you were right. These crystals really are worthless. I may be unable to make back what I've lost, but there's still one thing I can do. Shauna, I wish to stop that pernicious peddler from continuing his crooked ways. Will you help me? What a relief. Allow me to offer you a small token of my thanks. When you have a moment to spare, please come see me again. We must stop him before he has a chance to swindle anyone else.
So yeah, that's a whole quest line, which is probably gonna unlock another, like unlock one of the tribes that we can daily quest for, but that we won't really know until like probably patch 7.1 to 7.3, I believe. So it's gonna be a bit of time before we can see if that's like which ones are actually the thing or have it. This kind of indicates
I
that
can hardly believe my eyes. You felled those bloodthirsty beasts with such ease.
this definitely seems to indicate that the Pelo is going to be one of those like daily quest areas.
But I'm getting ahead of myself. Thank you for saving me. As a mercenary for hire, I'm ashamed such help was even necessary. So the merchant sent you, did she? The attack on the caravan saw her wares scattered all over. I figured the least I could do was retrieve as much as I could. Thanks to your timely rescue, I can still do just that. No need for you to stay with me, friend. Go and let her know that I'm safe. I'll grab what I can and be along shortly.
Yeah, so based on what I can see here, I think most of the not picture like blue aetherite or aether current quests are not going to be very important to do.
Oh, I'm so relieved to hear he's safe. The Momwol JA take considerable pride in their trade as mercenaries, but that young man seems to have a particularly acute sense of responsibility. I've heard tell that some Momwol JA travel across the Sol to make a name for themselves. As a preliminary step to that, it seems many young hopefuls gather experience here in Turul as mercenaries and bodyguards to sharpen their skills. That said, earnest as he is, the young man failed to protect my caravan. We will have to discuss some form of compensation for my losses. I'm not heartless, however. He saved my life and risked his own to reclaim my wares. There is much to consider. For now, however, treating his wounds must come first.
Okay, so let's see. The other two would be up here. Okay, let's see. Do we have any new quest with pictures here? Oh? You?
Great and mighty Shauna, I have heard tell of your victory over Valagarmanda. You protected our land, and for that I, Murferler, express my deepest gratitude. I wish only that I could have seen the battle with my own eyes. As a warrior of the Yokui, I cannot fathom how one of your diminutive stature laid low the fearsome Skyryuan. Thus do I ask if you would demonstrate your martial prowess. I thank you for this honor. Of late, hulking monsters have been sighted south of the Shades of Grief, endangering all who travel along the road. I bid you snuff out this threat, that I might see for myself how you subdue your foes. I shall go there now. Join me when you are prepared.
Seems to indicate that the Yokui also might be a daily quest up, potentially.
Hail, visitor. Care to partake in one of our customary rituals? Fret not, for your part to be played is a simple one. You see, the illuminations here in Whirler's Echo make use of glowstones, a rare and precious mineral found only through mining. On occasion, we offer up prayers in the hopes that their light remains strong and bright. First, I would ask you raise a hand to the salt water jar and pray for light everlasting. Strange though it may seem, I assure you it is a necessary step in our ritual. Now, great warrior, slayer of Valagarmanda, open your heart and focus.
Yeah, looked like the game was in the jar a little bit. It ends up looking a little bit weird when looking from certain angles.
It appears your feelings were heard loud and clear. Let us proceed to the next step. Now that the salt water has received of your prayers, you need merely sprinkle it upon the glowstones scattered around the village and the ritual will be complete.
I'm thinking we can sprinkle the water around when we get back. Thinking that once we sprinkle it around, we're probably gonna be just getting back or yeah, to him, and probably not that much other than that. Let's go and fight, or rather speak with Arfilar.
Glad am I to see you did not lose your way. As for this one, it made the mistake of picking a fight with me. There was another, but unlike its comrade, it had the good sense to flee. Not far, however. It stalks us from the shadows, yet thirsting for blood. These beasts are formidable indeed, possessed of strength equal to their keen senses. I would have you hunt down the one that remains. Follow its tracks to the southwest. Doubtless it will reveal itself to what it will see as a smaller, less challenging foe.
Okay. This is a level 90 quest. You can actually do it on Warrior and be able to fully complete it. Remember if the game specifically makes so that once you have accepted the quest, you can only complete it on the class that you accepted it as you might be able to just do these quests on Warrior, since I'll be able to get some XP from it at least. I think it's a massive amount, but it's at least something.
Impressive, Shauna. Not once did you falter before the towering Hualep. Quick to react and adapt you were indeed. Yes, I have seen all that I needed to see. Now that the threat is no more, let us return to Whirler's Echo.
Okay, let's sprinkle the water around. Last one is up there. Oh, that's actually in the end of the quest as well.
This has been an enlightening experience for me. Not often am I granted the chance to witness a warrior whose skill far surpasses my own. For years I served as guardian of Courier Zar the Gracious, watching over the seal placed upon Valagarmanda. I would have aided in the feat of ice, too, had the Skyruin not rendered our plans meaningless. You see, it is the duty of the temple guardians to drive off the dangerous creatures drawn to Valagarmanda's energies. At times, it was all we could do to shield the frozen Vidral from swarms upon swarms of beasts. But now that Valagarmanda has been laid low, we guardians have nothing left to guard. Of course, this is cause for celebration. Urkopisha, nay, all of Turul, need no longer fear the Skyruin's destruction. And yet, a part of me felt otherwise. Deprived of purpose, I relinquished my position.
Because we killed Valagamanda, Bakul Jaja. Lots of answer for it. Personally, I wouldn't mind if someone made my job unnecessary. So let's just go with this one.
Oh, I did not mean to suggest I blame you for my woes. Were it not for you, I would surely not be standing here to bemoan my plight. At any rate, I thought seeing you in action might move me to seek my next passion, or at the very least, provide inspiration for a new combat technique. But given your somewhat delicate frame, I remained skeptical until I observed your power firsthand. I would also be remiss not to praise your economy of movement. Always thinking ahead, looking for the shortest route to victory. What calling has led you to develop such commendable skills? Ah, so you are an adventurer. Does that mean your life's purpose is the pursuit of adventure? How intriguing. Alas, much as I would love to hear your many tales, I will not keep you. When next you have a moment, however, it would be my honor to speak with you at length.
So that seems like it could be the combat-oriented dailies. Whereas the Pillow might then be crafters.
I see you have successfully completed the ritual, and for that, you have my thanks. Likewise, my fellow Yokui will be glad to know that an outsider has shared in our culture. When mining the peak for glowstones, we occasionally discover shellfish fossils. Some have wondered if perhaps this tall mountain was once submerged beneath the waves many long lifetimes ago. The stone's radiance is a reflection of their joy, shining all the brighter when offered water that smells of the sea, or so the story goes. Thus was our little tradition born. Knowing that it is the will of a great warrior that now illuminates our humble village, our spirits are sure to lighten as well. Suffice it to say, we are fortunate indeed that you were willing to join in our prayer with an open heart. May the light of the glowstones ever guide your steps.
Nice. First area with flight. Nice. I can finally actually start flying around in areas. Okay, so I think that did give a little bit of lore, but I get the feeling that this guy is gonna basically just doing this quest line is gonna unlock the combat dailies at some point. The one that was to catch merchant, I'm thinking is gonna unlock probably the crafter dailies. Could be wrong, but that's my feeling at least. And then there's the question of the gatherers. I get the feeling that would maybe be the moblins. Just if I were to assume anything. So let's try and actually go to Earthenshire and see what quests they have there. Okay, there's a quest with a picture there. What about the other one? Assuming that's not gonna have any picture. So triple try it. I've been playing against a few of them. Oh, that gives an accessory as well. Ah. Let's accept this one.
PFFF. Go. You are Shauna, are you not? She who has been strength lending to Wooklamat. Could Muvamuk ask that you strength lend her in turn? The matter is this, Muvamuk's craft hand is to retire after long years. He lips that he intends to fancy craft one last masterpiece before he does so, but for this, he needs the hand help of a strange face to the village. Anfroy is his name. He is always very murky worded with his requests, so Muvamuk is not sure what hand help he needs, but if you could exchange tongue flaps with him, she would be very, very happy feels.
Kind of thinking of going around the different zones, quickly checking if there are any other quests of the either current variety that have a picture, because if there is, I might do those and then just leave the other ones for later, and then maybe do those after we've done the dungeons, just in case, just so it doesn't take hours to do the blue ones, and then we don't get to do the quests or do the dungeons because I kind of want to do those and unlock them.
Yes, I'm Anfroy. Do I know? Wait, aren't you the friend of the third promise? The adventurer from across the water who was asking about the pot pacts? Ah, I see. Muvamuk sent you. I only said I needed the help of a stranger to Earthenshire, trust her to pick an honest-to-goodness hero. The task I have for you is but a trifling one, but it's very near and dear to my heart. I want you to find out all you can about Muvamuk.
The dungeons are super fun this time around. That's also what I've heard from one of my friends who has done them. Like from what he has told me, they are like, one of them is apparently also kind of difficult with one of the mechanics, or at least it's kind of confusing. Don't know if that's true or not, but that's kind of what I've seen online as well, that people seem to consider them a little bit difficult. But like, not necessarily in a bad way, I guess.
There's nothing untoward about it, I assure you. I'm interested in what she's interested in. Her hobbies, her likes and dislikes, what she holds dear, and so forth. But for certain reasons that I'll share with you later, she can't know this. We've been working together for decades, but now, as my pot pact is about to end, I find that I know next to nothing about her, but perhaps others who work closely with the Moblins might.
Okay. Let's go around and talk to some people.
Muvamuk and Anfroy. Yes, I know the pair well. She's famously very protective of him, sometimes even rejecting his patron's orders outright. It's not that she thinks him unequal to the tasks, you understand. Quite the opposite, in fact, she knows how exacting his standards are, and how discontented he would be if his work failed to meet them. So anytime a patron attempts to have him lower his standards, or design something differently to how he judges best, Muvamuk will always leap to his defense. As for what she enjoys, well, her delight in Anfroy's creations has not dulled at all in all the years they've worked together. I should think she likes nothing more.
Okay.
Go. Uplander wants to know what brain tickles Muvamuk. That's an Aegiask. Muvamuk never lip flaps about anything other than her potsworn, Anfroy. She says he is just as good a tricksy crafter as he is a crafty tricker, always playing crafty tricks. One day, Anfroy draws little arrows around the village, showing Potsworn how to leave Earthenshire without help hands eye-catching them. Many laugh-minded pot friends follow the arrows and leave for secret hidey place in the woods. Mobbies are frighty feels over disappearing Potsworn. Potsworn come back all glitter teeth, but help hands are steam ears. All except Muvamuk. She goes around the village, saying guilt words to every mobby for Anfroy's sneaky trick. Deep heart, though, it is clear that she is nothing but happy feels to have him back.
Okay.
What does Muvamuk value most? Her potsworn, of course. Enemabi who says otherwise is a fib speaker. She keeps the treasure he gave her heartside at all times, or so she once lipped to Tarnotic. He hasn't a flimsy thought what this treasure might be, but whatever it is, it's sure proof of the friend bond between them.
Okay.
Ah, you're back. So, what did you find out? Huh? She really thinks that much of me? They say that Moblin help hands love nothing more than helping their charges, and it seems it's true, though it wouldn't hurt for her to show it a little more often. But that's not the only thing you learned, and I thank you for it. You've given me exactly what I need, so I suppose it's about time I told you what I need it for. The truth is, PFFF. Go. Is Shauna still hard at hand helping? Yes, she is, so I'll thank you for not bothering us. You do remember that I specifically asked you to leave me be until my work was complete. Always such angry words. Muvamuk means no bother. Just needs to do daily mob duty, sharpening tools until they sparkle shine. And I'm telling you that I don't need you to. Not now, anyway. I'm almost retired. All my commissions are already dealt with. Until the end day of the pot pact, Muvamuk will uphold her pact part. It is her duty as help hand. Why do you always have to be so? I'm sorry, Muvamuk, but I'm going to have to put my foot down. I expressly forbid you from touching my tools until my work with Shauna is finished. Then Muvamuk will do as Anfroy asks, though it makes her shamefaced. She will hand turn to other duties. If Anfroy needs her, he has only to hail call.
He's trying to make a farewell gift. And
I wish I didn't have to do that, but I'll be needing every one of those tools if I'm to achieve my aim. That aim being, to make a farewell present for Muvamuk. In all the years I've been working here, she's been my guardian angel, answering my every prayer before it even makes it to my lips. Even in these recent times, when the help hands have grown too few for the number of potsworn, her service hasn't lapsed an ILM. Now that my service is coming to an end, I wanted to do something just for her, to thank her for everything she's done for me. Yet despite her knowing me better than I do myself, I discovered that I didn't really know anything about her at all. I tried to speak with her, to learn what really makes her tick, but she always brushed me off. Said that her only wish as a humble help hand was to see my wishes realized. That got me thinking, perhaps she and the other moblins might be more willing to open up to someone who wasn't bound by the pot pact. Someone like you. And by all the gods, the plan worked. I have an idea for her present now. All that remains is to craft it, but without Muvamuk's help, that might be a little more difficult than usual. If you'd be willing to play help hand a little longer, I'd make it worth your while.
Okay. Okay, let's see here then. Two quests down here. Let's see if any of those two have like the nature. Because I'm thinking of just like doing those, like all the ones that I can find, and then those are the most like the ones to basically have a dailies tied to it. Okay, so there are several, more than 3 at least, that have them. Damn it. Unless... what if they were to have more than 3 tribes? Or more than 3 quest areas? Actually, now that I think about it, there might be ones where it's like I do 2 quest lines and then they converge, and that basically ends up making a... like the tribal area. So that has happened before, I believe.
Ohokali, Shauna. Of course I know your name, who isn't familiar with Wuklamat's companions. Not to mention your friends can't seem to go a moment without mentioning you, ha. I'm Lanuhanu, and I have the honor of being the wind's chosen. It is my feathers which adorn the festive float. I feel the wind has guided you to me for a reason. As a visitor to our village who has fast become an honored friend, I would offer you a chance to strengthen our bonds. Perhaps you are familiar with the Lance Guard? It is customary among the Wind's Chosen to save their molted feathers and present them to these brave protectors as gifts every few years. At this very moment one of their number is making their way to Okehanu to receive our offering. But there's much more to it than just a simple delivery, and I think you'd be interested in taking part. It would deepen your understanding of our ways, and perhaps you and this member of the Lance Guard will become fast friends. I would start with a small task, if you're willing. Nahanshi is the name of our guest, and he was due to arrive some time ago. I fear he may be lost. Could you search the road for him? I'll stay behind in case he arrives here after all.
Okay. Let me just quickly check if the other quest here is also one with a picture. Getting the feeling that it probably isn't. Yeah, it's not. I'm just gonna do those, like, no picture, like, blue quest. Yeah, either at the end of the stream or off stream, because I kind of want to get flying soon. Let's see. Ah, there he is.
You're looking for me? You're not a Hanuhanu. Unless you're molding something awful. Ah, so that's the way of it? Well, now that you've found me, I suppose I better get on with it. Sorry for my lack of enthusiasm. I joined the Lance Guard hoping I could bust some skulls, slaughter some beasts, you know, use these muscles of mine. But for my first assignment I'm lugging crates of supplies around. It's not exactly what I had in mind. I suppose complaining won't get this done any faster. Let's go meet this Lanuhanu, then. You found him. Now we can begin. Before the gift of feathers is to be bestowed, there are proper steps that must be taken. Firstly, I bid the warmest of welcomes to Nahanshi. As the Wind's Chosen, it is my solemn duty to show you what sights our humble village has to offer.
Doesn't seem very interested.
As one of the Lance Guard, it behooves you to become familiar with all corners of the continent, yes. Then come with me to the center of Okehanu, where you can behold the entire village at once.
Okay.
Take it all in, this is Okehanu. As you can see, Our homes are made from wood and reeds, both of which the forest blesses us with in abundance. But nature's blessings are to be treated with care, for dry reeds can easily catch flame. And if they do, we risk setting our entire village alight. Building waterways through Okehanu is a way to protect us from such incidents. But aquatic beasts can travel them as well, and when these beasts become too great in number, we beseech the land's guard to cull them. Do you, now? I always thought hunting duty was just a way to keep us sharp. While I'm here, I'll make sure nothing troubles your home. All of Okehanu would thank you. And now for the reason you came, the feathers of the winds chosen. They're used to adorn the equipment worn by the land's guard. The design evokes the image of Kiksea, the great bird revered by all Hanuhanu. The feathers give it a touch of authenticity that make the soldiers appear all the fiercer. Every soldier's outfit is designed according to their profession, and each feather must undergo an elaborate process of dyeing and oiling to meet the land's guard's varied needs.
I think it's the sleeve there.
So without further ado, let us begin. I first ask that you come meet me at the gate to the southeast.
Maybe not, because like I don't remember there being feathers there, but
I'm
maybe there
fine.
were before.
I should warn you, I'm not known for my delicate hands. That went about as well as expected. Could you stay behind for a moment, Shauna? I would like to hear your opinion of Nahanshi.
Not the most motivated person. He really doesn't want to be here. Doesn't seem like the most motivated.
I have the same impression. Truth be told, his attitude is the same as every Lance Guard troop who comes to receive this gift, and we're meant to fix it? Consider this a rite of passage of sorts. The Lance Guard sends us troops whose rough edges want for polish, and the tasks we set before them serve as a whetstone. Over the course of our work, they gain a great insight into the history and meaning behind this exchange of gifts. Soldiers with a tangible bond to their charge will protect it all the more staunchly. In recent days, however, even our treasure trove of knowledge hasn't been enough to rouse the spirits of some. But working alongside someone as capable as you, Nahanshi may find the extra motivation he needs. Now then, let us proceed to the southeastern gate. And while this goes without saying, keep this little conversation between us a secret.
Okay, so that's the end of this quest. Oh, there they are.
What did I do to deserve this? Now I know why my superiors were snickering behind my back as I departed. The Hanuhanu might think this bird god is worth all this trouble, but I just want to get it over with.
Okay. Let's see, we have Orkapacha, Kosama Uka. So we'll head over to Yaktel then. Let's see, we got one there and one here, and then two down there. Aiming high.
Hello there, Shauna. You don't know me, but I've seen you keeping company with the third promise. I've been wanting to speak with you, if you have a moment. The name's Tyatro, and I'm a hunter here, well, almost a hunter. I have need of a strong arm to accompany me on my next foray, and I'd be honored if it belonged to one of Wuklamat's mighty companions. I know you must be a busy woman, but everyone else has their own duties to attend to, and our village has a rule that none can hunt alone. I'd be forever grateful if you joined me.
Just tell me what to kill. What does it have to be me? Let's just go with the first one.
Thank you, thank you. I need to take every chance I have to gain experience if I want to be accepted by the more senior hunters. And working with you is sure to be enlightening. Great, then let's be off. The hunting grounds are to the north, See you there, Shauna.
Okay, so I get the feeling that this one might not be one of the ones that I need to do.
Our quarry is a Tyatia. They're quick and clever, a challenge for any hunter, but their meat is tasty enough to make all the trouble worth it. They're partial to tree sap, so they're often up among the branches nibbling away. If we wait at the base of a tree covered in the stuff, they'll probably come down to defend their score. Of course, they aren't the only animals roaming the wilds. The stealthy Votsarl Brox have made meals of more than one innocent soul, so keep an eye out, Ed. I'll try the nearby trees. You should go a bit deeper into the forest so we can cover more ground. Meet me back here once you're done, and good luck, Shauna.
Okay. Oh, it's all of them. I only need to defeat one. Ah.
You made it? I've only just returned myself, and I'm eager to compare our catches. What? This is a Votsarl Brox. You went against it alone, and won? I know this isn't exactly what I was looking for, but like I said, these pose a danger to the whole village. Having one fewer hungry Brox out there is something we can all be thankful for. I had a feeling about you, and I'm glad to know I was right. I'm sure they'll let us attempt the trial after this. Heh, I suppose I ought to explain. You see, there's a reason I'm so keen to gain experience as a hunter. I want to join the Brethren of Brox. But they won't accept just anybody. No, only hunters with finely honed skills and intuition are even considered. I still remember the day I decided I would be one of them. I was young, foolish, and thought I could hunt on my own in defiance of the rules. Then a beast snuck up on me, its fangs bared. I thought I was done for, but then an arrow struck it down. It was one of the Brethren of Brox. He saved me, and ever since I've wanted to do the same. To watch over the forest and keep it a safe place for others, I can't think of a better way to spend my days. But their trial is conducted in pairs. I'd ask one of the Brethren to assist me, but all of them have been so busy lately. They aren't forthcoming with the details, but I've gathered that the beasts of the forest have been behaving strangely lately. Either way, they have bigger things to worry about than the ambitions of a novice. But you're as good as any of them. If we do the trial together, we're sure to make it through. Please say you'll help me, this is my chance to finally be of use.
Trial is as good as done. You think I'm good enough? Yeah, let's go with that.
That's what I wanted to hear. There's no one else I'd rather have. This brings me one step closer to my dream, and I have to do everything in my power to go the rest of the way.
And the luck. Pink. Yep. Insta inner release. Lead now after using We have either full Bell Cleave or Decimate. I'll basically be able to use Primal Wrath. That's nice. Let's see, Mamuk. Let's see if they have any quests that we can do that have pictures. That's not one. They also didn't have any nickname. Shidulja. Might be a different case. Yep. Lost and powerless.
You're one of the Third Promises retainers, aren't you? Please help me. My name is Shiadil J.A., and my husband and I were attacked by wyvers outside the city. He fended them off so I could escape, but he's no match for them alone. I know I have no right to ask, given how our people treat outsiders. But I'm begging you, please save my husband. His name is Gotal J.A., and he's near Galmagiac Grove. Please hurry.
Okay, this... I feel like the other one before could lead to like a combo with the Yokoi. Maybe? Maybe they are gonna do like combos with Inner Zone, but I feel like the Pillow Pillow and Yokoi doesn't really match up, in my opinion. That we can do those. Primal Wrath actually do. Deliver an attack to all nearby enemies with a potency of 700 for the first, and 70% less for all remaining enemies. Okay. What else do I get? I get Reprisal, and then Primal Rend, Enhanced. That's all of it. And Enhanced Primal Rend is basically just I believe after the flip. After using Primal Rend, I believe we get Primal Ruination, deliver a critical direct hit to target and all enemies nearby with a potency of 780 for the first enemy and 70% less for all the remaining enemies. Increases damage dealt when under an effect that increases or raises critical hit rate or direct hit rate. Okay.
You have my thanks, stranger. I take it my wife sent you. Wyvers don't usually attack people. I hardly knew what was happening before they were on us. But that's neither here nor there. Let's return to Mamuk and see that you receive a proper reward.
Accidentally skipped some text there. Yeah, they could technically do more than just 3. Like, daily quest areas, because, I mean, they did 5 in the Realm Born. So it wouldn't be completely out of the blue if they went and did more than 3. The thing is just they've been doing 3 ever since Heaven's Ward. It'd be kind of a weird change, but not completely out of the blue, I would say.
Oh, 1,000 blessings upon you. My Godal J.A. is safe thanks to your kindness. I don't know what I would have done had you not arrived when you did. Most of our able-bodied fighters have left the city in search of mercenary work, you see. As I once did myself. You're from Eorzea, aren't you? I toured across the salt in my younger years. That is, until I suffered injury enough to send me home for good. Now I can hardly manage to ward off the occasional feisty wyver, it would seem. Glory days mean little when you can no longer protect your loved ones. I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Besides, those wyvers weren't feisty, they were positively feral. I still can't believe we were attacked by such normally docile creatures. Something had them agitated, though I can't imagine what. Still, if our local wyvers are being driven into a rage, that doesn't bode well for us. I realize this is more than you bargained for, stranger, but would you be willing to help? It's unheard of for wyvers to attack Momulja, so we need to determine what's going on before someone gets injured. There's little in it for you, mind. Don't get your hopes up. Thank her, dearest. She is doing us a kindness. Alright. Just, not used to the open generosity, is all. Thank you, stranger. We're counting on you.
I might, maybe next week, go around and actually do the full quest lines that these unlock. Because it's very clearly like an actual quest line that they have. Yeah, let's see, let's head over to Heritage Found. Just figure out if actually Shaloni. Can't see any new quest though on the map. Let's just head over there. Let's see, it could be a potential one. Yep, when the bill comes due. There's one there, there, and there.
Say, aren't you the one who was stirring up a fuss in town not long ago? I could use a capable hand like yours, if you'd be willing to lend it. The name's Toanzahi. I'm not from around here, truth be told. I live in Lawatninyawaza, but I'm here visiting my grandson. I was excited to see him after so long, but then I spied him dealing with some unsavory-looking man, exchanging unusually large sums of money. I confronted him about what I saw, but he'll say little more than it's just a misunderstanding, then grumble as he changes the subject. I realize this is sudden, but could you see if there's anything to be done to help him? He's in trouble, I just know it. Oh, a weight's been lifted off my heart. Bless you, miss. His name's Saitekwe. Last I saw him, he was heading inside this here saloon. The Tonawata with the red cap, pulled down over his face to cover those bruises, most like. You can't miss him.
Okay.
A new face in town, eh? Well, what can I do you for? Thinks I'm in trouble, does he? There he goes jumping to conclusions as usual. I thought it'd be less of a hassle if I didn't tell him. Truth is, I've been helping other folk in town with their money troubles. Matter of fact, the man you saw leaving just a moment ago is one of my clients. I should probably explain from the beginning. My work involves loaning gil to folks having trouble with coin for one reason or another. There's a reason I don't lend them Pel, but I'll get to that in a moment.
Okay.
My families lived here long before there was ever a town here. But then people moved in and they started expanding. Before long, Kamaka's family approached us about selling our land. It was around the time when trade overseas was gaining in popularity. I had it on good authority that Gil was on its way to becoming common currency here in the wilds, so I decided to sell the land for Gil, and use those funds to start my business. Sure enough, everything went as expected, and the business is starting to do well. It's not without its troubles, seeing as money is involved, but I never lend to any unsavory types.
Your grandfather's words sick about you? Why not simply explain all this to your grandfather?
The whole point of me keeping quiet was so I wouldn't make him worry. Seems my silence only made things worse. He found himself in a real tight corner once. Gil's what got him there, and now he wants nothing to do with the stuff. When I told him about my idea to sell the land, the moment Gil came out of my mouth, his whole mood turned sour. He said he'd put everything in my name, and whatever happens after that is on me. It's not exactly easy to bring up my work when it involves the one thing he seems to hate more than anything. But maybe it's time I changed that. This job does more than just put food on the table. I'm able to help people, help this town. But how do I get him to see that? I've got it, you're going to come and watch me work. Grandpa won't hear anything I have to say if it involves Gil, but he might come around to a first-hand account from you. So come and see what good my work does for Husatawai, and how I help the people here. He did send you here to help me, didn't he? I promise to make it worth your while.
Okay.
Right then. Before we get started, I should probably know who it is I'm working with. Shauna, well, Shauna, our first job is to go and see a miner named Walkways. He had a pretty bad accident on the job a while back. Had no money for treatment or much of anything, really, so I loaned him the Gil he needed to keep on his feet. But now it's well past time he returns what he owes and he hasn't said a word. There's been time enough for him to not only return back to work, but also receive his wages. Several times, in fact. He usually comes here into town when he's not working, and his shift ends soon. Meet me just outside of town. If we're lucky, we'll catch him just as he arrives.
Okay.
Explain yourself, Walkways. You're here for the money? I was gonna pay, honest. I just mixed up the dates is all. Can't we settle this later? I'm busy. I know you're lying, Walkways, and you're not going anywhere until you can look me in the eye and tell me why you're late paying me back. He's obviously hiding something, but I'm not looking to start trouble. I don't suppose there's anything you can do to, persuade him. Maybe a little flex to show him we're serious.
Flex.
Yeah gads, look at those arms. And those obscenely ripped neck muscles. Fine.
What?
Just, put all of that away.
Obscenely ripped neck muscles. That's an odd one.
It's all here. And with interest. If you had the money, why go through all the trouble of avoiding me? When I was still on the mend, my lady friend took really good care of me, see. I wanted to buy her something fancy to thank her, and, well, I understand. Really, I do. But if you really want to make her happy, you need to get your life together. I'm willing to give you a loan one last time, but we're going to have a long talk about how to manage your savings first. You're right. What good am I to her if I'm out on the street without a gill or even a pell to my name? I'll give it some thought, and we can talk later. I can't blame him for wanting to show his appreciation to a loved one, but it's no excuse to get carried away with his spending. So, what do you think of my job? The money I loaned him paid for his treatment, and supported him through his recovery. That has to count for something, right?
I'm still not convinced. Seems like more of a habit incident to me. I'm still not fully convinced, but it seems like he's at least trying to do good by also being like offering to, hey, let me help you figure out how to actually save money so you won't have to lend or have to borrow money.
Well, there's always our next client. When you're ready, we can be on our way.
We can do that maybe next week or something like that. Okay, let's see. So we got one over this way. Meeting of the spirits. Bad case of blue devils and Ronic Seeker, or how you pronounce that? Nothing. Okay. Is a bad case of the Blue Devils. One of those, perhaps. Is a named NPC? Yep.
Hey, you. Traveler. You came here down the Tulialal Trail, right? Happened to see a woman on the road? Maybe nursing a limp, a sore head, or some such. No sign, huh? I work here at the refinery, and it seems I now have a problem. It's a friend of mine. Kyamine. She set out for Tulialal not long back, but only her Ronique returned, pulling an empty wagon. Was thinking the animal just got spooked by something. Sent Kyamine sprawling in the dust and hightailed it back here. But if you didn't see her, say, you couldn't go and take another look, could you? I'd go myself, but I'm too hands down as it is. Thanks, friend. She was taking a cargo of ceruleum to the Tulialal trailhead. You know the way, right? Just take the road southeast from town. She'll be somewhere along it. If you find her, tell her to get her hide back here as quick as she can. We've got work to do.
So find Kyamine and ensure her safety. She is.
Ah, finally. You don't know how good it is to see a friendly face. Wasn't sent you? Gods, he's going to dock my pay, isn't he? Well, at least the Ronique and the wagon made it back. A good thing it all happened after I'd dropped off the ceruleum, too. Don't want to think how much the company would charge me if I lost the load. Maybe that's what the beast was after. Oh, I didn't tell you about the beast, did I? I was just out from the trailhead when it sprang up on us out of nowhere. Naturally, my Ronique bolted. Managed to hold on this far, but I eventually lost my grip and took a dirt bath. Still, it could have been worse, at least I didn't break anything, and it was you that found me, not the beast. Speaking of, you didn't see it on your way down, did you? A horrible, blue, blobby thing.
Nope. I guess it's that thing over there.
Just like that. Oh, gods. It's the beast. It's found me. It was a lot more aggressive down by the trailhead, I swear. Why isn't it attacking?
Might be
Hey,
defensive.
I guess it took one look at you and lost its appetite. Thanks, partner. I've lived here my whole life and never seen anything like that blue blob before. But others have. I heard about them from my fellow tappers. Like ceruleum with skin, they said. Started showing their ugly faces a few years back, prowling around by the wells. They reported it to the foreman, but they weren't interested. The way they consider it, so long as we've still got all our limbs attached, the blobs aren't a threat. But they damn well better change their minds about them now. If it's not enough that one of their best employees could have been killed, they could have lost a wagon load of ceruleum. Say, Shauna, would you come back to the company offices with me? They can't wave it away so easily if the both of us are telling the same story. Thank you kindly. Come on, then, let's head on back to Sheshanuza Springs.
Okay.
Home at last. For a moment there, I didn't think I'd ever see the old place again. And I can tell you right now, I'm not taking another wagon out until the company tells me exactly what they're going to do to protect their precious employees from those rotten blobs. Are you with me?
Okay. I'm gonna assume this one up here is gonna be just a kind of normal quest, possibly. Or a normal blue quest, and with no picture. Because so far it seems to have just been 2 with a picture in each zone. Alright. So that means we have heritage found. Next, I don't remember if there were any in the station. I get a blue quest around here. There aren't. Okay. Do have this one down here, which is gonna be a pain to get down to, because I'm gonna have to like go from here all the way down. Did have to do that in order to get the other ether currents, but yeah. Okay, let's see here. Dorian. You don't have one. about Auntie Knows Best? That is one. I even get some food, it seems.
Oh, Shallow, what am I going to do with you? I keep telling you to take a hunter with you when you leave town. Well, if it isn't Her Majesty's guest. Did you enjoy your tour of Yuppie's Halo? I was told you even helped set the water distribution system to rights. You know, I could really use someone with your talents right about now. The woman in charge of that very farm just left for the wilderness without a bodyguard. Seems to me she's investigating something, but that's no reason to put herself in danger. Last I heard, she was seen walking up the hill to the east of the farm. Could you go and make sure she's all right? Oh, what a relief. You're looking for a young Shitana by the name of Shalosai. Now, off you go, and thank you, dear.
Okay, this immediately, based on what it is, it seems to be related to this. I would be surprised that this is maybe like the gathering dailies that could be located here. Although now that you think about it, most of the, at least in trying to remember something, where were all of the, what was the third tribe in Shadowbringers? Oh yeah, those. There's usually like an area that is dedicated to the tribes, and I feel like it's usually like named. I feel like it's usually like an empty area as well that might be like slowly upgraded, so I wonder if it's gonna be like an area that is tied to that. Yeah, I feel like the area, I still don't fully know which ones would be like tied to what, but I feel like this one could be a good candidate for like gatherers, since it's like farming related. I think so, based on just the picture at least, and what they have down there. Yeah, it's right here.
Ack. Gods be good, that was the last of my soul cells. I could have really died there. Thanks for your help, by the way. So, what brings you out here to the middle of nowhere? Ontanakan sent you after me? That makes two people who just saved my life, then. Would you mind coming with me to see her? I want her to know I'm safe, and grateful besides.
Okay, that was a quick one. Thinking that the one over to the left, the blue quest, it's probably not that one. That's gonna be the second one with like a proper quest line. But who knows, it could be. But I get the feeling that it's more likely that it's the one down here.
Welcome back, dear. I can't thank you enough for rescuing this poor, reckless fool of a girl. You're not a child anymore, Shallow. Act your age. Now, what do you say to the kind stranger who saved your life? I know I've already told you once before, but thank you, truly. I'm Shallow Sai, and I'm in charge of Yuppie's Halo. To tell the truth, I'm still learning how everything works. I used to be an electrope engineer, but for some reason the government reassigned me. And I'm Nakant, the farm's coin keeper. Or resident nag, depending on who you ask. Might we get your name, hero? Shauna. Rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it? That's a name you'd best not forget, Shallow. You'd be dead were it not for her. Now, why in the world would you leave the safety of the outskirts all by yourself? You've been acting so strangely of late, it's clear you're hiding something, so what is it? There really is no getting anything past you, is there? Fine, I'll explain, but you have to promise to keep it a secret for now, all right? The truth is, I noticed that the farm's harvests have been shrinking, year over year, and I can't for the life of me figure out why. The staff are all doing great work, and as a former engineer, I can say for certain that the equipment is all in proper working order. I even checked the pylons, and the readout was totally normal. But I know there's a problem, and the longer we wait, the worse it will get. In a few years, the crops may stop growing entirely. Something has to be done. Well, it sounds serious, and I appreciate that you are taking the initiative to solve it. But I worry about you, Shallow. I can't have you putting your life in danger. Shauna, would you be willing to help her look into the matter? As an outsider, your idea of normal is sure to be different from ours. I reckon a fresh set of eyes will be able to spot something we can't. She's right, I could certainly use an unbiased perspective. Would you please help me, Shauna?
Sure.
Right, then. With that settled, I think what you ladies need now is a good meal. Have a seat and your Aunt Nakant will fix you some fresh veggies.
Okay. Also the one over here and see if that's the one. And if not, then I guess teleport down to this and move down. Feeling that this is not gonna be the one. It's probably gonna be the one down here, because it feels like they try to kind of, I don't know, put them away from each other. Who knows, maybe this. Oh. But there's also a chance that it might not even be two of them in this area. This could just be like a completely almost blue it's a current quest. Another thing about it, I might as well just do this to not have to worry about enemies. no, that is actually also not one, so that reduces it down a bit. Ah. Let's see, I believe Living Memory also have blue quests, but I don't know if it actually has what do you call it, any of the quest ones, or like the quest ones that I'm looking for specifically. So let's see. Need to go down to Canal Town and then over to this
Welcome.
area. And then I need to basically, I guess, just teleport to these. Actually, only up to that one. Okay. Oh yeah, there are hostile enemies here, so let's just switch to miners. I have the sneak buff. I don't have to worry about enemies at all. Let's see. Huh, I just noticed something. The sky is now blue instead of being all yellow. Yellow gold, which it was like before. Music is different too, yeah. There isn't really... It feels more like a sort of echo almost. It almost as if like the music is being played from like kind of far away. Didn't notice there was distant post MSQ. That's pretty neat. Yeah, it's almost like it's like a faded memory almost, kind of. But one thing I definitely noticed when I was playing was that as soon as you start, or as soon as you like shut down any of the areas, the music just completely goes away, I believe. Or at least it's then very, very quiet. Oh, he actually does have one.
You'll never guess what just happened. There I was, right in the middle of one of my tours, and my customers just up and vanished.
Hey there, Ishidin. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the raid. Let me just quickly do the old messages or shout out thingies. God damn it, don't do it. There we go, there's the one of them. And this one. Sinless Zone Zero, okay. That stream go well? I haven't personally played Sinless Zone Zero, or to be honest, any of the Honkai Hoyoverse? I think Hoyoverse games. I had at one point thought maybe about trying out Honkai, but I couldn't get the website to work very well. So I didn't play, or it was Genshin. I didn't get around to actually playing it because the website basically lagged out like crazy for me, because apparently I either had or didn't have a certain setting on that basically made it so that a video that was playing on the site lagged the browser out like an insane amount. So never got around to playing it because I just was like, yeah, nah, this feels like a bad experience. But I have been thinking of maybe trying out Honkai Star Rail or Sinless Zone Zero simply because Honkai Star Rail seems to have some, like, maybe more along the lines of a combat system that I would find interesting. And Sinless Zone Zero, I feel like, just has some really good character design. That I would say is, I kind of feel like the character designs in Zenless Zone Zero is almost more interesting and different than in, I feel like, Genshin and Honkai. It's like, I feel like a lot of the like character designs in those two games are to an extent similar. Like a lot of the time it's like, okay, you get either like tall, pretty lady, I guess medium height, pretty girl, or short, cute girl, or either medium or tall, like guys, where it's either like kind of cutesy, either it's like semi, like if it's the medium one, or if it's the tall ones, is usually like, oh yeah, sexy guys or something like that, handsome, I guess. And so in series, the first one that's like completely separate from Honkai, if you recall correctly. Genshin feels like they had 3 to 4 body types per gender, pretty much. I think actually maybe 2 for the male characters, and then I think 3 for the female characters. And like the same sort of skeleton-ish. Genshin has fun designs to draw, but the models are kind of meh. Yeah, and like that's the thing that I feel with like Zenless Zone Zero. From what I've seen, it feels like they have less characters, but they're way more fleshed out in terms of like almost personality. Like there's way different types of personalities and completely different, like, what do you call it, just designs. Like we have a sort of almost Deadpool-esque robot guy with guns who just seems like a silly guy. So there's like here is a guy who's a bear with a building pillar for a weapon. Yeah, like that as well. Just a bear. You have a bear as a character. And then there's like the wolf guy, who apparently several people are very horny for. Which, granted, I can kind of understand. He is very well designed. His boss is a hot-headed little skinny woman. Nice. Like I like the designs that I've seen so far from Zenless Zone Zero, which it kind of makes me want to try it out. I just think I kind of need to get a new PC first, because otherwise I think my computer's gonna explode if I try to run that game. But hopefully, maybe in around, I don't know, maybe October, I'll have maybe saved enough money from like, since I'm getting started on full time in August, I might have enough money to like get an actual decent PC. Like maybe in October-ish, after saving up for like 2 months. At least that's what Chun has been saying, that 2 months-ish should probably be enough to get like a decent one. But I might also try and contact my sister's boyfriend, because he did help my little brother with getting a PC where it was like, I guess basically my little sister's boyfriend got the parts for the PC and helped my little brother basically build it. I don't know if they were able to do it like maybe cheaper than getting just a pre-made one, but I could try and ask him if he seems to think that it might be a better idea, because he is seemingly pretty good with the computers, since he has like made it himself. And if you're getting a PC, you suggest to just get one from Vision. That is the same one that Chun has suggested, and I already know about them, because that is where I also got my current PC from, almost 10 years ago. Did have a few like smaller problems with it at the time, but or when I got it in like the first, what, 3 years, 2 or 3 years. But that was also because of like hardware problems that ended up showing up like I think in like the first 2 weeks that I had the PC. It turns out that the graphics card had a problem that basically made it so that it would literally just shut off the graphics card so that I couldn't see anything on the I couldn't see anything on like the main monitor or something like that. We stay off getting an Intel CPU because I'm doing so well in the 13K and 14K generations. Okay, Chunchun did also suggest that I maybe went for like an AMD CPU instead, because apparently they are getting pretty good. Like from what I understood, it's basically that Intel is good for like just general purpose stuff, but AMD is maybe better for like actual gaming. I don't know if that's true. That's kind of what he sort of said. Like he kind of made the comparison of like PCs are good for like just general usage, whereas Macs are usually better for maybe stuff like graphic design or like design stuff, editing maybe, stuff like that. I don't know if that's like 100% true, because you probably get more power out of a PC, but yeah, I'm thinking of maybe asking my sister's boyfriend here, like, what is his like opinion of it, because he is seemingly pretty good at like the whole computer thing, has built his own, like several of his own PCs, so he might know some like places where or have like connections, places where it's maybe possible to get pretty good like components, to where I can maybe just buy those and maybe get like a better PC for like slightly less money than just buying it from Vision. The issue is that the current 13 and 14 Intel gens are dying in the 7 out of 10 ranges. Ooh, that's not good.
There's nothing worse than not being able to see something through to the end. I need to do something with all this pent-up pep. I don't think I've ever given you the tour. So how about it? I promise I won't take up too much of your time. Now, Canal Town wouldn't be Canal Town without its water, and where better to dip your toes into the local history than in 2 of our storied fountains. Come, I'll be waiting for you by the Font of Devotion.
Seems that the lower clock ones live the longest. I guess maybe they just can't handle like maybe like high loads of like, I don't know what to call it, like high loads of performance maybe. For some reason maybe they're just like made and not sturdy enough, I guess you could say, something like that. Maybe durable is maybe the better term to use, but could be that.
There you are. For such an obliging participant, I'll have to pull out all the stops. According to the legends, there are 2 water sources imbued with mystical properties in Canal Town, the first being this fountain right here. They say that a mere mouthful is enough to fill you with vim and vigor. Given that the town prides itself as a resort of revitalization, there could hardly be a more fitting fountain. Whether you believe the old tales about its healing waters is another matter, ahem. Myths are myths, after all. I hope you aren't too disappointed. Nevertheless, though its waters may be decidedly mundane, the font still lives up to its name. Over the years, crowds have flocked to the fountain, invariably leaving soothed and refreshed. For those who display such devotion, perhaps there is something to be gained from a gulp or 2. I hope that whet your appetite, because another fountain awaits. Come and find me on the eastern side of town.
Okay. do wonder what could be, like, if this could actually lead to a, like, what do you call it? A, like the daily quest stuff with this guy. So it does have one of these, but I wonder if... Could this maybe lead to something where you could basically reboot? It's like... Maybe that's the same skybox as now, but it's like has all of the illusion stuff, so it looks not as boring. In high work load environment, CPUs should still live for 2 to 5 years, but burning out in months, yeah, no thanks. Yeah, that's bad.
Excellent. Allow me to continue. You stand before another storied fountain. These waters are said to bring happiness to whoever tosses in a coin. And if you are already blessed with happiness, I'm sure a different wish wouldn't go unanswered. Plenty of folks used to do just that in days gone by. Are the legends to be believed? Well, there's only one way to find out. Here, take this coin and make a wish.
Would be kind of nice if they actually had like visible coins down there. Coin, an unadorned, time-worn coin, the type you might expect to see languishing at the bottom of a fountain. Not done any of the dungeons yet. If you're referring to the two, two that are available at like level 100, not yet. I basically went around and unlocked all of the hunt quests, and then I went to Orkopacha, did all of the blue quests there, mainly just to see like how fast it went. But I thought, maybe I'll just do the one specifically with the pictures, because they might unlock a quest line that actually might be more interesting. And
I know I ought not to ask, but what did you wish for?
Yeah, I'm basically thinking that all of the other like blue quests that are available for like either current, I might do those like off stream or maybe at the end of the stream, because I don't think they maybe hold that much information. It might be like, oh, a little bit of like what do you call it? Lore, I guess, a little bit of like lore for like the area or something like that. But I feel like, not too important. So yeah, I'm thinking, do these things that are basically gonna unlock proper quests, which could potentially lead to the daily quest thingies, which is kind of why I want to do these, because they might be important later. And then once I'm basically done with these, which I'm just missing the ones here in living memory now, I'm gonna go and unlock the dungeons. And if you want to join, you can join. To get done what needs getting done, straight to help as many people as I possibly can. For the journey to never cease, it's a secret. I mean, you can also join as well, like both of you can join if you want to. Let's see, it's a secret. Let's go with that. It's a wish we can't tell.
A secret? Haha, don't worry, I won't try and force it out of you. You know, I've given this tour countless times, but not once have I made a wish myself. And not because I pour scorn on the legends or anything like that. I just never got round to it. But thanks to you, I got to finish my tour. To mark the occasion, I think I might just toss a coin in. Now, as for my wish. If I had another chance at life, I'd want to connect with as many people as I could through my job. I worked here as a tour guide in my former life too. Before it became a home for the endless, living memory was open to living, breathing folk seeking relaxation and revelry. Boy, did I guide a lot of people back then. I never tired of sharing my knowledge and hearing visitors' wonderful stories. I suppose that's why I took up the same job as an endless. And I'm proud of that. Proud of staying true to myself. But you didn't come to hear me harp on about my life. Thank you for sticking with me till the end. I hope you enjoyed yourself as much as I did.
Why did that have then a picture? Does that mean it's not a quest line?
Here's hoping our wishes come true. Farewell, my final customer.
Oh boy, both coins also disappear. I was kind of expecting there to be another, that it was like gonna continue, but apparently not. Ah. Honestly, a little bit confused by that. Guess they just want to honor the FF9 reference.
Greetings.
Possibly. I have no idea what the reference is though exactly, but yeah, I haven't played those games either, so. Although I should maybe at some point try and like play through some of the games, because I've gotten I've probably gotten a ton of or seen a ton of things from the like most of the Final Fantasy games through Final Fantasy XIV. So it could be kind of fun to maybe like learn what it actually is, like most of those references are about. That also has one of those. Solid 4 or 3/4 of Final Fantasy XIV is references. Yeah, there's like there's a YouTuber who I forget the name of right now, who has basically been doing a series where they go through and basically try and list out a lot of the references from each game, essentially. So like I think he has, I think it like maybe gotten to. He might have actually gotten all the way to Final Fantasy 16 at this point, or maybe just 15. Where he basically just goes like, okay, yeah, there's these minions, there's this sort of story stuff, this entire thing is from this game, like that, oh, the Crystal Tower is from this game, this music is based off this music, things like that. It has been a little bit since I think he last released a video, but I think he might be maybe preparing one for like all the new references from Dawntrail, possibly. 9, there's a wishing well where if you throw in 10 gil 13 times, you get the extra happy lucky stats. I think it was. Oh, okay.
Hey, miss. Can you believe it? I just finished setting up a brand new game for my friends and they've only gone and disappeared. Unbelievable. It took me ages to think of all the clues and hide them around town. I guess it was all for nothing. Hold on, I've got an idea, why don't you give it a go? Trust me, you'll have a great time. Okay, here's the first riddle. By yesterday's gate stands a tiny mountain piled high. See if you can figure out where I've hidden the next clue.
Okay. I had a feeling it was gonna be over by the gate, since that makes sense based on what it said, like by, what was it, Yesterlands or Yesteryears, key or something like that. Stands a pile. What was it? Let's see here. Guess it's crates.
You find a hidden scrap of parchment inscribed with the next clue. Congratulations on solving the first riddle. Here's your next clue. 4 lamps loom over streets of glass, but only one true light shines on Her Majesty.
Shines on Her Majesty. Not sure. Last but only one true light shines on Her Majesty. The southern one?
This doesn't seem to be the right location.
Need to turn the static. I know that my friend Chun Chun wants to kind of try and make a static, maybe at some point. But for some reason he's like very specific with like, okay, it needs to be Danish people that we need to have the static with. I don't know why he is thinking like specifically, oh, it needs to be Danish people, but as his thought for some reason. Granted, I think we have like 4 people technically for that. Like there's me, him, Kronborg, who is who sometimes shows up in the chat. I think he's called Haru Senbungi, something like that in game. And then there's Chun Chun's neighbor, who is a maybe, I think. I don't know if he really plays that much still, but Chun Chun has been basically talking with him. Possibly Chun Chun's little sister if she decides to basically play more, because I think she got to, where was it? I think she got to around Shiva and hasn't really played that much since either that or, oh actually wait, she got to Heavensward, somewhere in Heavensward, I don't remember where though. But I don't think she ever finished up the Heavensward MSQ, so she is still very far away from being able to do any of the like high-end content, or even just any like ultimates. Yeah, Chun Chun is all like, oh, if we're gonna do ultimates, we need to unlock it by doing the like the Savage raid unsynced, or no wait, synced. He wants to basically make it so that, okay, we need to have done it synced, beaten that first, before we can actually do like the real thing. That's the only way of doing it. Yeah, but then there's me, who might have 2 of them unlocked. Granted, that was because I basically wanted to get some mounts, and I think also helped an FC member, I can't remember who it was, who needed to basically do one of the like Omega raids. I think it was 09? Oh wait, 08 it was.
You find a hidden scrap of parchment inscribed with the next clue. Great job solving the second riddle. Here's your next clue: over the river, inside of the spiral, behind the pointy hat hide the shrubs you seek.
Over the river, in the side of the spiral, behind the pointy hat, at the shrubs you seek. Ah. There's Titan Ultimate, isn't there? I don't think there's necessarily a Titan Ultimate, but there is the, what do you call it? I forget what it's called now, the raid. There's, Ultimate Weapon, which has like all of the, base, or it basically has, I think it's, it could be wrong in the order, but I think it's, you fight Garuda, then Titan, and then Ifrit, and then you basically, I believe, end up fighting Ultimate Weapon, and then there's like some other stuff happening at the same time, I believe. Wait. Pointy hat, and which I'll find the shrubs. Yep, there they are. Ah, it's weird. These.
You find a hidden scrap of parchment in. You're a dab hand at this. Just one final clue to go. The princess awaits your return. P.S. You'll also need the password. I want to be your canary.
Okay, that's probably down at the castle, I'm guessing. Definitely don't want to go around as a crafter here, I think. Although it's okay. God, this fucking mouse is so loud. Now Ishin is whispering to me in game. I still really like this mount just because of the like little bit of music you can do, and also this light dance. Let's see. Ah, there she is.
Whoa. You found me. I'm guessing you know the password too, right?
We should play the whole of the lo-fi Endwalker theme. Kinda nice. Although you do, I believe, get the song, or get that song from the Lawbirds there. So I think I bought it from them. I want to feed your pony, I want to greet your kitty, I want to be your canary. That's the one.
Amazing. You passed with flying colors. Now that you've finished, I thought I'd tell you how I came up with my clues. The first clue was, by yesterday's gate stands a tiny mountain piled high. Of course, I meant the entrance to Yesterland and the stack of crates a few steps away. There was one kid who used to hang around by the gate and make sure any newcomers quickly got the lie of the land. Pretty nice of them, right? Alright, time for the next one. The 4 lamps looming over streets of glass, well, they're the street lights in star glass. The bit about one true light shining on Her Majesty is because you were supposed to look for the street lamp closest to the meso terminal.
Ah, that's what I meant. I thought it was like, oh, if you stand near this one, you can actually see the meso terminal well.
From there, you can see Queen's Fiend's statue from in between the air cab rails. Quite the sight, hey? For the third part of the puzzle, my clue was over the river, inside of the spiral, behind the pointy hat hide the shrubs you seek. The river I'm talking about is the old Electrope River, and the spiral is the air cab station staircase. And the pointy hat? Easy. That's the building with the funny shaped roof. Whenever we used to play hide and seek, it was always a popular spot. I figured it'd be a great place to leave a clue. The last clue about the princess waiting for your return, well, I wrote that because princesses live in castles, and that's where I was waiting. I bet you're dying to hear about the password too, right? I want to be your canary is the code we'd use when we needed to keep something secret. It's the title of an old play about a princess who falls in love with a commoner. That's the great thing about this game, it's not just about having fun, it's also a great introduction to Yesterland for anyone who's just arrived. Everyone knows about the Bergmar Ring and the Esperance Wheels, don't they? I wanted to take folks off the beaten trail, and make sure they learned our password. Although I guess I won't need it anymore. Still, I'm glad you played my game, miss. I think I'll go for a last wander around the place. It's been fun. Thank you.
There's still one thing that I'm a little bit curious about here in this place, and that is what the fuck is this like glowing stuff that I see around the place? Because it could be like just, I guess maybe leftover energy, but like it seems like it's just a lot of different places. Okay, let's see if these two are normal, no picture quests, or ones with a picture. It is with, apparently, this one.
You. Yes, you. With the weapon. Pardon my candor, but you must accompany me to Matchlock Menagerie this instant. What? No, I'm not asking you on a leisurely outing. I'm asking you to save innocent lives. I spied a trio of volcanic scorpions stalking after some defenseless animals. Were I to vanish and allow the scorpions to prey upon those creatures, I'd never forgive myself. We must make for the menagerie and defend them, no matter the cost. Obviously, I can't chase off a nest of hungry pests alone. I require strength, specifically, your strength. Step lively, then. We've no time to lose.
Okay, since we're already here, I'm just gonna quickly grab the one down here in case it's one with an actual picture. Not, then we're just gonna leave it alone. Of course, that also has one.
All I wanted was a relaxing reprieve in Opal Springs. I never thought it would come to this. I've misplaced something precious to me, you see, a set of blueprints. I suspected I'd dropped them on my way to the springs, but the terminal suddenly shut down as I was retracing my steps. I was so absorbed in my search, I couldn't even vanish with the others. Forgive me my boldness, but you seem a generous sort, and I'm sorely in need of help. Find what I'm after, and I'll make it worth your while. Before my soak, I paid a visit to the Arena of Valor, so I'll leave that area to you. For my part, I plan to scour the springs one more time.
Okay. Yes, I'll go and do the stuff at the arena first, since that's closer, and I feel like that quest is gonna be like down around here, whereas this one's probably just gonna lead me all the way up here and probably also finish up there. This is probably not
Fighting
it.
Fami liars, wood versus solid gold, will Mylila tradition triumph? Or will modernity make its mark in this monumental match? This appears to be a list of matches from the Arena of Valor. While the illustration of the clashing familiars catches your eye, it is a far cry from what you are after.
Okay. Let's see. Any blueprints in here? Ice cream illustration. Doubt it.
Need a frigid treat to beat the heat? Shock and awe your taste buds with volcanic lightning, a new flavor of frozen delight that's got customers asking, how can something so hot be so cool? Though the ice cream sounds dangerously delightful, this advertisement makes no mention of anything remotely architectural. These are not the blueprints you seek.
Okay. So I need to go up here. Yep, there they are.
A massive tower crowned with a statue of a golden woman is mapped out in painstaking detail. These appear to be blueprints to the Mizo terminal. The blueprints likely belong to the exhausted engineer. It would be best to return to Opal Springs and deliver them to her.
Okay. I'm just gonna teleport.
I searched every nook and cranny for those blueprints, but I've not found a single scattered sheet. I don't know where else they could have ended up. Please tell me you managed to track them down.
Yep.
Oh, my blueprints. My dear, sweet blueprints. How I've missed you. I just knew I dropped these on my stroll. Thank you ever so much for retrieving them. When we first began development on the Mizo terminal, I drafted these blueprints for its design. If you can believe it, the finished product is the work of yours truly. Well, to be fair, the concept wasn't entirely of my own making. I have Mylila folklore to thank for its creation. According to said folklore, we Mylila were refugees from another world. Our ancestors once lived in a sun-kissed paradise by the sea, that is, until those very seas began to freeze, and calamity engulfed everything in its path. Under the protection of the Great Speaker, my ancestors were guided to this world, and left in their homeland a towering statue of their savior. The Speaker was a compassionate and selfless soul, sacrificing all she had to save her people. Not unlike Queen Sphene, no? With the legend of the Speaker as my inspiration, I incorporated Her Majesty's beauteous visage into the top of the terminal, forever at the heart of our city. A flawless idea, if I do say so myself. I gave everything, my passion, my time, my love of country, to see these blueprints given shape. They aren't merely pieces of parchment. They're my life's work, personified. Yet I nearly left them to rot in the Arena of Valor. I would be laughing this off if I weren't so furious with myself. But what's important is that you've brought them back, and I owe you a great debt. At this rate, I may never meet Her Majesty face to face. All I can do now, all I wish to do now, is gaze upon her glorious image before I fade away. You have my thanks, stranger. May fortune favor you always.
guess we're gonna be actually unlocking flying in this area. Okay, time to get all the way up to the menagerie part. Let's see. I don't think there's necessarily any like fastest way out there. It's just go through here, more or less. I think going this way might be potentially faster. I'm not sure because that like does leave us slightly higher up. Not sure because this one does lead over to the like staircase slightly faster, but it needs to like go up still. Try and go this way because we went this way during the MSQ. So yeah. Apparently there is this bait, I guess, that's up, which I guess is a special fate. I'm just gonna leave that alone for now. I can always do it some other time. I basically just start seeing like a bunch of spam of like looking for group, looking for group, looking for group. Wait a second. I need to be further down. Yeah, it needs to be further down, damn it. Okay, there they are.
I saw them. I saw the scorpions. They're closing in on two tiny critters as we speak. Those volcanic monstrosities terrify me, but what terrifies me more is knowing what they'll do to their quarry if we don't act swiftly. WW worry not, little ones. I'm on my way.
Okay, let's see if we can find the things that we need to find. Ah, there it is.
Gods, I thought that was the end of me. That took every drop of courage I could muster. Thankfully, the little ones managed to escape without a scratch. I ought to find them and lead them to the entrance before the other scorpions catch us in their sights. I'll meet you back there when all is well.
Okay. Apparently they're going to be pulling in 22 seconds. What I could see, so I kind of doubt that I can make it down there in time. Because I think I might need flying to get there. and I don't really want to rush anything because I can always try it in like a few days.
You, my weapon-wielding friend, are a lifesaver. I realize this all escalated rather quickly, but you performed admirably under the pressure. To tell the truth, I have a bit of a history with those scorpions. In my previous life, I was tasked with introducing new and exciting creatures into Matchlock Menagerie, that our guests might know the wonders of the animal kingdom. As one might expect, the prospect of scorpions posed a great risk, and we often argued with the upper management as to whether keeping them would be worth the cost. In the end, however, the menagerie's curator ordered us to take them in. Supposedly, scorpion-based vodka was a popular delicacy in Alexandria before the war. The higher UPS sought to recreate those drinks and share them with the masses by way of a new exhibit. Time passed, and I finally returned as an endless, only to discover the menagerie in shambles. Those thrice-damned scorpions have the run of the place now. I should have argued against the curator's plans when I had the chance. I should never have agreed to that terrible exhibit. No matter how hard I tried to let things go, those pangs of regret never abated. So when I spotted those innocent creatures wandering into the menagerie, I felt obligated to return, to save what little I could. Thanks to you, my conscience is clearer, and our fuzzy new friends are none the worse for wear.
Capybaras. Those two originally belonged to the menagerie, whereas these little ones are seeking out some hot springs. Let's go with those. With that one, because that is a thing we've seen.
You may be onto something. Some species do love a good soak. If that's the case, they might have lost their way on the road to Opal Springs. Regardless, I can rest easy in the knowledge that these two will have each other, even when I'm long gone. I should be able to escort them to safety from here. You have my deepest gratitude, and presumably theirs, as well.
Okay, and we finally get by here. And the fate is now completely gone. I guess since we are here, we can quickly explore a little bit. Just get the locations we're missing, like found. Someone is apparently now writing that they're looking for group when the fate is gone. I guess they might have like seen that, hey, there was something up, and then they arrived late. Either that or they're just different things, just like random ones. I get the feeling that it's on that platform there that the fate was located. Like the Tower of Mu, because I'm pretty sure I would have needed flying in order to get up here. I just need that a little bit down there. You know what? I'm just gonna teleport. There's the thing here that it wants me to find. There's nothing here. Just this building. What? Why? Why is that a part of the map that I need to like find? That seems weird. Okay. Let's see. Back to the Yolal. Because I know that one of the dungeons is unlocked there. The other one I don't really know about. I'm guessing maybe Solution 9, but I have no clue. Didn't seem to be from any of the different areas that we've been to, so I'm guessing Solution 9. Alright, it is there. Let me switch over to Machinist, and it belongs in a museum, that's one of them. Okay, this strange man is staring at you intently, perhaps too intently.
Shauna, at last. You've no idea how long I waited here, hoping we might finally meet. There is a matter of utmost importance I simply must have your assistance with. But introductions are in order. I am Zisahan, Professor of Archaeology at the Studium. At the behest of the former head of Reason, I was invited to oversee various archaeological expeditions throughout Tyrol. I heard from a little bird in Valokshunsa that you, a most renowned adventurer, had made your way to the continent, and could think of no better individual to aid me in uncovering its history. As a matter of fact, I have already made a most fascinating discovery in the wilds of Zakturul. I chartered a balloon to examine a point of interest in Chiloani, you see, and soon discovered ruins which have been unseen for nigh a millennium. Surely, Lady Luck is on my side, I thought. But alas, things soon took a turn for the worse. In the spirit of inquiry, I hired a group of mercenaries for protection and made my first foray into the area, but we were no more than halfway through before a host of fierce fiends barred our approach. Truth be told, 'tis a miracle we even made it out alive. Yet for a seasoned explorer like you, I dare say delving into the deepest recesses of such ruins unharmed would be child's play. What do you say? Would you aid my investigation, and embark on this new adventure? I knew you wouldn't disappoint. The ruins lie beyond the river north of Lake Toeri in Chiloani. Let us continue our conversation there.
Okay. I've actually been up there gathering some stuff, but I didn't notice any seemingly entrance-like area. To a dungeon necessarily. Okay, I guess I only really noticed there was a waterfall here. I didn't even think about like there being a possible canyon.
Wonderful, you're here. History lost to the ages lies in the valley just upstream. 'Tis a landscape unlike any other, teeming with sabo tenders of all shapes and sizes. I call it Tender Valley. Doubtless the ruins have remained untouched for all these years due to its barbed environs. After all, none would wish to become the victim of their thousand needles. Though I believe the ruins nested deep within the valley to be Yokui in origin, a closer inspection revealed motifs even I could not recognize. There's a new discovery waiting to be found within, I'm sure of it. Alas, the defense mechanisms protecting it were far too much for the mercenaries I hired. You would be wise not to underestimate them yourself. Lest I forget, you should know that I dropped some of my notes concerning the expedition during my escape. If you would know of my findings, I encourage you to search for the records during your exploration. I shall await your return here. I entrust to you the honor of discovering the unknowns which lie within.
Tender Valley is now accessible. Nice. Okay. Guessing you want to join, and do you also want to join? Are you even online? Yeah. I can't remember. Was it actually Angora Ruffs? That was your character? I'm a little unsure. Seem to remember that being the one. Okay, it was. Was something like a little bit unsure, like, wait, was that the one? Ah, you're also here. Okay. I guess we can just queue up, because so I'll tap. Then we can just get like a random healer. Ooh, we can also give some commendations too if we feel like. Okay. This is gonna be interesting. Because I'm guessing this might be the what is it called? The place where we see the like large, very buff subtender that I think they showed off in the live letter. I feel like they've shown off that at least once, but I don't feel like we've seen any like very large subtenders. Granted, that could be maybe from like maybe a fate, but yeah, I haven't noticed any of myself at least. This one's pretty interesting. Okay, I feel like I've heard that. I feel like that I've read somewhere that one of them apparently has something with teacups, which is apparently an annoying mechanic or something. I don't know if I kind of doubt it's Tender Valley. It might be the other one, but I don't really get what they mean by teacups. That's gonna be an interesting one to see. Okay. Got a healer. You still can't wrap your head around that one. Ooh. Guess we'll have to see if I can figure that out. And of course, instant portrait is not available. Damn it! I had to fix that. I did also change my climber, so that I guess that makes sense. I think this one's gonna hurt. Maybe lower that a little bit and increase the music. I maybe should make some more macros like audio control, because I feel like sometimes I kind of wish I could lower some of the other like settings. That don't seem too much of a problem right now. Ah, yeah, there's the buff cacti, or buff subtle tender, barrel tender. Okay, I'm assuming that's group wide. Yep. Oh, that expands. Okay. So I'm guessing staying in between there. Yep. I'm going to assume that is. Oh yeah, gem. Pretty right. Okay, yeah, it's almost certainly a right on the move. Good call on that white mage there to pull me in. So basically, most of the attacks I need to assume that it basically just gets bigger, I guess. Heavyweight needles. Knockback. Oh, shit. I need to figure out how like big those AoEs are, because I thought like, oh, I can use knockback prevention now. I'll be completely fine. Oh. Ooh. This is a pretty location. Having fucking break death like this debuff. Just absolutely tanks my DPS, although I am noticing that I'm sometimes popping a little bit above the white mage. It's better than nothing, I guess. Say the first time you also do some of these dungeons or see some of these mechanics, it's like I don't know how they work. There's another one of these. Bring a baby. Is that? Okay, there's some stuff with this environment for sure. Just gonna move here because that's bombs. Okay, so I'm guessing that's. Okay, that bomb is probably gonna pop out there, I'm gonna assume. I'm not sure. Guess if it goes in the square ones, it's gonna pop out of the square ones. I'm guessing maybe if the closer it is there, it might be like a shorter amount of time before it blows up or something. Yeah. Okay. So here's the same spot. So square. This one is a bit on the complex side, I would say. It's just a matter of learning the size of the explosions, and it's just kind of where it's safe to stand. Okay, so that means around here should be safe. Let's see here. Oh, stood a little bit too correctly there. Nice. Cool. Let's see what you meant by this one being interesting. Is there something special with this floor by any chance? Ah, nope. I guess that might be a mechanic later. Maybe for the last boss. Why is all that stuff below? Oh, it's using that mechanic again. I forget exactly what the dungeon is called again, but the one in Rectangular Great. It's like they're basically combining a boss plus a plus the like ads that you find throughout. So once that big one dies, it basically just makes the just available. That was another thing of aiming, I think. Okay, what do we have in the pot? Oh my god. Oh, like the greatest serpent of Toral. Inexplicably entity. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Bounty Council. Okay, got a bunch of these, and they seem to be swinging back and forth. Okay, so I guess the direction that they basically sway is where they're gonna essentially do an attack, I guess. Do a line AVs. So that's gonna be across there and then there. Ah, now they're doing AV or circle AVs. And I'm gonna assume that they're gonna do a combination of that next. Wait, labyrinth. Oh. Okay, that's good. I couldn't really see where the hell we were supposed to be going. Okay, what do we have? We have bunch of swaying ones. Maybe almost had it correct. Moist summoning. I'm sorry, what? No. Great Serpent of Toral. Oh. Why am I the one that keeps getting it? Gonna down here again. Do this. So, what? Didn't maybe that was the first attack that it did. Just raid wide, move wide. Nice. So we also have those here. Great Serpents of Ronka. Okay. Look, it's the commendation, because I can't give it to anyone else. And they also saved my ass a few times.
You are returned, and with nary a needle to be seen. I experienced them firsthand myself. The pain was simply indescribable. That said, once it subsided, I was surprised to find that the lower back pain which had ailed me for years had completely vanished. Now, tell me of your expedition. I wish to hear everything. What did you see? What was hidden deep within those ruins?
Got the commendation? Nice.
I see. How truly remarkable. To think that the structures of a separate civilization lie in the depths of the Yokui ruins, and at their deepest point, a great serpentine creature awaited. This is, beyond a shadow of a doubt, a significant discovery regarding Zaktural's history. Tell me, what thoughts have you concerning the valley's depths?
I dare say the ruins predate the Yokui. Reminded me of the ancient Ronkan ruins I saw in another world. Seemed special, I guess. I've no doubts there were many gospels that foretold of the great serpent's majesty. Also, Scree. Yep, exactly, Scree. Very important. I feel like this one might be special. Like this text box or this option. Let's go with that. Seems the most silly one.
You know of the legendary inscription said to be writ by an illustrious Yokui of Eld? I am most impressed. I've yet to fully decipher them, but if the creature described in chapter 56, verse 3 is in fact the Great Serpent, this is a most intriguing discovery indeed.
Didn't have the last option. Have you done the Greater Serpent of Ronka? Like, tribe quests? Because I would assume that it might be tied to that. Okay, so if you haven't done those, that might be why you didn't get it, because there's like a whole thing with like those things in the Raktiga Greatwood, which I believe unlocks the Gathering tribe.
Based on your descriptions, it is likely that the ancient Yokui simultaneously feared and revered the serpent of unfathomable power, and after encountering it, constructed the temple to conceal it from the world. This may be the final element which proves my life's work, a theory, the eerie resemblance of the reflection civilizations. In my capacity as a professor of the studium, I've taken the liberty of reading the science report concerning the source, its reflections, and the civilizations therein for myself. Their findings indicate that the sundering diminished mankind's intelligence to that of beasts. The flourishing civilization of the ancients was forgotten, and the peoples of each reflection set out on separate paths, forging disparate civilizations of their own. Yet can we say that these civilizations worlds apart are truly so different? If we all came from one shared, ancient heritage, would it not be natural that the development of each society and culture bear similarities to one another?
They do.
What I am trying to say, is that it is entirely possible a society which predates the Yokui and bears similarities to ancient Ronka once existed in the source. Naturally, it is necessary to conduct further research regarding how twin civilizations born in two separate worlds developed under entirely different environments. Nevertheless, your discovery today has provided further proof of the plausibility of my theory. On that subject, I would ask you to join me on another adventure, one markedly less fraught with danger. As one who has traversed beyond the rift to the first, your knowledge and insight concerning ancient Ronka are invaluable. I would journey to Whirler's Echo and speak with the chronicler of the Yokui, that I may learn of their legends. Who knows, we may just discover some striking parallels to the culture of ancient Ronka.
Okay. Yeah. There is a line of that. One, I have so many goddamn mouths. There it is. Great Vessel of Ronka. So you also need to get the golden one, I guess. Although that is still very pricey. Over to Whirler's Echo and hopefully finish up this quest. And I see you also linked where it is in Solution 9. That's over near the back rooms. Nice.
I am pleased to see you made it, Shauna. I came by alpaca, and for a blessing, felt no pain in my lower back the entire ride. Perhaps the medicinal applications of sabo tender needles is a field deserving of further study. Ahem. A subject for another time, perhaps. The personage before us is the self-same individual who informed me that Yokui ruins may exist in Chiloani. They looked after me when I came here previously to conduct field work, and are an extraordinarily erudite individual, well versed in ancient legends. Tell me, my friend. Based on what I've shared with you, were you able to find any commonalities between the legends of your people and the ruins we discovered in Zakturul? Excluding those concerning disease, precious few stories of our ancestors who traversed north have been passed down. But, for the valiant warrior who brought the Skyryuan low, I would share with you a story regarding the Great Serpent, one we normally would not disclose to outsiders. Please, follow me to the indelible passage. The murals shall explain all.
Oh, passage. Oh, all the way up there. At least I have flying now, so I can get there a lot faster. That mountain is still such a cool set piece to just have like in the horizon. Okay, so what murals are these? Greater Serpent.
A legend concerning the Great Serpent is hidden within this mural. Pray gaze upon it carefully, as I weave for you an ancient tale. Long ago, a sect of our ancestors forged north. There, deep within a valley, they discovered the remains of an ancient temple. Its inhabitants had long perished, and the purpose for which the structure existed was itself an enigma. Yet when our forebears finally delved into its furthest recesses, they discovered a great serpent deep in slumber. It should be noted, our people revere serpents as divine creatures who govern the boundary between worlds. To behold one of such immense power, dormant there within the ruins, they believed it best to build a temple around its chambers, and offer prayers for its divine protection. Yet in the ensuing years, our people were plagued by disease. Time and again our ancestors offered supplications for divine assistance, but no matter how fervent their prayers, the great serpent never deigned to answer them. In the end, a great many of our forebears withdrew from the northern lands. Only the most devout worshippers of the great serpent remained, but they too would eventually withdraw in a somber procession, having buried too many brothers and sisters. The sect who remained prayed for the great serpent's awakening. They prayed for a salvation that would never come. Yet why should it awaken now? And what incited its aggression? Was it simply by chance that it roused in so foul a mood, or is there perhaps some underlying reason we've yet to uncover? The devout who held vigil of the temple held this belief: when the great serpent doth awaken, its coil shall envelop the world. In other words, the creature's discovery was itself a pretext to legitimize their territorial expansion north. Yet their prayers fell on deaf ears. Only now, before our benefactor, has the great serpent finally awoken. A peculiar, but altogether fascinating turn of events. If the being you encountered truly was divine, mayhap it is you who shall receive its blessings. If we consider that our friend here, a traveler capable of crossing the rift twixt worlds, was blessed by a being who governs that boundary, would that not fit the interpretation held by the sect who remained? At any rate, Shauna's testimony and the legends of the Yokui shall go a long way in verifying my theory. If I can gather sufficient evidence that these two civilizations worlds apart share fundamental values, and prove my thesis, our outlook on history shall be irrevocably changed. Mayhap even an entire new field of study shall be pioneered. Does the inception of civilization and its infancy bear similarities in each reflection? Was there some localized connection between them, such as a planar fissure? Or perhaps there was some all-powerful keeper of whispers peering through the veil. Just thinking about what it is that connects us across the rift gets my heart racing.
That is an interesting idea, though. What could that be? Just nature, or is there actually something?
I certainly have my work cut out for me. And now that you've made the ruins safe, I may resume my expedition and, perhaps more importantly, continue writing my thesis. Master Chronicler, Shauna. I cannot thank either of you enough for your cooperation this day. I know not where my research will take me, but I have no doubt my pursuit of the mysterious and miraculous will see us cross paths again.
Gotta say, I think I actually kind of wish that they would. There's yeah, I think I kind of wish that they would do again like they done before, is add more sort of like optional dungeons, because I feel like they haven't done that a lot recently. Like, Let me actually try and see here. Heavensward, I feel like had a decent chunk of like side dungeons that weren't needed. You didn't need to do them, like All City of Endor hard, Allbreaker Isle hard. I don't think Great Google Library was one you need to do, or Somal hard. Like several dungeons there that were just optional. I believe Stormblood added a few as well. Temple of Fist, and Transit Scala was the one. Our moves would we need to get back? Yeah, because they could do like. I feel like a simple way of doing it would basically just be like, okay, let's take the normal version, change some things, but then possibly just like make them more difficult or something. Let's head down here. Let's have Trial by Spire. The hell is that thing? Let's see that Asian game is writing. You think they are going to do a lot of open exploration stuff this expansion? Yeah, they have like both. I forget what it's called. There's the new exploratory zone for combat stuff, kind of like the Bostia, Eureka-esque. But then I believe they were also going to do something with, I think, Gathering, kind of. It was like called Planetary Exploration or something like that. That's nostalgia that is here. Something stray in the neighborhood. Hey.
Shauna, I've been looking all over for you. Apologies for the lack of pleasantries, but there's precious little time to spare. A curious anomaly has wormed its way into living memory, and we fear it could pose a terrible threat if left alone. Please, you must help us. Wonderful. Oblivion is lucky to count you among its allies. Let's reconvene at the Gate of Remembrance, then. I can explain more there. Oh, but fair warning, you may not be able to recognize me at first glance.
Oh. Okay, before we go there, I kind of want to quickly check, because without quest there, a new challenger appears. I'm pretty sure that's going to be for like the new raid, but trial by. Oh wait, I think I know what this is.
Pardon me, but you wouldn't happen to be Shauna, would you? The very same Shauna who saved Solution 9?
It's gonna be the DPS test area, I'm guessing.
Ah ha ha ha, I knew it. You, my heroic friend, are in luck, for I'm granting you permission to test your might against my indomitable dummies.
Yeah, it is that area. I'm just gonna... I don't need the lords. Literally just, hey, go outside of this area, talk to someone. Done. Don't you have that? Good question. Maybe you haven't done the ones from like the earlier expansions. Because I think you might need to have done like the ones from previous expansions. Let me try and search actually. Trial by Spire? That's required, okay. Yeah, you need to have done a striking opportunity. Which is, yeah, you basically just need to have done the one from Isle Jar, I guess. That basically unlocks it in all, in both the, I guess, Stormblood. Did Stormblood actually have one? I'm not sure about if Stormblood actually had one of those arenas. I know that Shadowbringer and Endwalker had one. Shadowbringers was near the person's actually over here. Yeah, Shadowbringers, it was near Yulmore. Endwalker, it was near Razathan. So I guess they're always near the sort of secondary crafting, collecting, city thing. I don't know what to call it. The Isleshire sort of towns.
Ha 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 ha. I am one, but now and
I don't need to know what you're saying. It's
of
this is not very
you've given
interesting content. It's basically just, hey, you can go to
You
this.
now have access to the spot.
Actually queue up for this. Yeah, they're basically just DPS checks for content, different contents. So essentially just be like, can you actually do this stuff? But yeah, not super important for me right now. Maybe later, if I actually find a group to do like any of the extremes with. So where is she? Or rather, what is she gonna look like? Because she did say that we probably wouldn't be able to recognize her. Is she going to be one of those robot thingies?
Aha. There you are, Shauna.
Okay, not quite the ones that I was thinking of, but I guess she hacked into one of these.
hee hee, it's me, Nostalgia. Surprised? With Zoral J.A. gone, Oblivion's been allocating its resources to an investigation of living memory. Utilizing CASI-US technology, we developed remote-controlled sentries operable from the backroom, so our surveys are both safe and efficient. To think that all this once lay at Everkeep's summit. I can't help but wonder if a shade of my father ever resided in this grand city of the Endless. Ah. Forgive me, I did say I'd explain the circumstances behind all this. During an earlier survey of the area, I encountered one of the Endless. He claimed to be one of the city's caretakers and offered me a guided tour. I accepted, thinking I could conduct my observations at the same time, but that's when we discovered the anomaly, a rift in the very fabric of living memory.
Oh.
I'm sure you'd rather see it yourself to believe it, though. Let's make for the Esperance Wheels first. Constancy, the Endless who guided me, that is, should still be on duty there.
Okay. Might as well grab this. ISO terminal. I really hope that they actually give us the option, possibly through MSQ, or maybe if they decide to do or make this into an area for one of the daily quest areas. I hope that they make it so that we can actually turn on the areas again, because holy shit, this place is just depressing to be in. Which I guess kind of makes sense, but at the same time it's a bit sad. It's like Amarot was really cool to suddenly see at the end. It added to the final zone. Ultima Thule kept adding more stuff, which made it look better and better, including the music. Here's just everything was just removed, making it significantly more boring. Just wish they would just allow us to put it back. I know you can do it like through
A warm Yesterland welcome to you, my friend. Or should I say, welcome back. I had not expected you to return as our anomaly slaying volunteer.
I know that it is possible to just turn it on again, but you need to do it with the New Game Plus, which kind of doesn't do exactly what I would like, because then it's like, okay, you can see it as it was, but that's really only useful for, like, I guess exploring and I guess using it for G-posing, but apart from that, not much. Could maybe do a restoration for a living memory, but you don't know if they'll bother with that. I mean, it shouldn't be overly difficult to do, I guess. All they would have to do is just like load the map stuff from the previous version and just don't load the NPCs. So, like, based on like my granted limited knowledge of how it would be, it doesn't seem like it would be overly difficult to do, but it just depends on if they would want to do it with the content, because in order to actually make it work, you would have to basically find a way to have a powerful enough energy source to basically power all of this stuff. And I don't know if the whole illusion thing, because we technically don't need the souls or the endless back, just the environment is basically what I think most people would want. I don't know if that requires life energy or if it could just run on like electricity technically, because I don't remember if they mentioned that.
I do hope I was able to make your first visit to the Gate of Remembrance a special one. Your associate here informed me of what occurred afterwards, namely, Her Majesty's regrettable demise. You needn't fret. I harbor no ill will against you. I, for one, would not wish to remain endless at the cost of such terrible sacrifice to worlds beyond. Though your efforts saw the city's terminals deactivated, I somehow remain. Still, I am grateful for my survival, as it allowed me to discover this peculiar phenomenon. A lost district of living memory lies beyond this rift, you see.
Oh, a lost district.
I previously informed you that our beautiful city was comprised of 4 areas, but this was not always the case. Numerous others once thrived, until one day, our reality was irrevocably altered in an attempt to bridge our world to others, and several districts were consumed in the process.
Oh.
Among the areas lost was a resplendent amusement district known as Dreamborough. This rift, however, allows us access through its streets once more.
Dreamborough, that sounds interesting.
We took a cursory gander of the place for ourselves, since we were curious to know what became of it. But there's nothing amusing about it. Quite the opposite, actually. We were promptly chased out by a horde of angry ghosts.
After decades disconnected from living memory's ether supply, we must assume that the endless who resided there are no more. The once idyllic atmosphere has been marred by a dismal shroud, and I dare say our poor Dreamborough has warped itself into a place of nightmares. It has returned to us as a lost soul would, longing for connection. The beings within have come to call it the Stray Burrow Dead Walk.
Okay, I guess that's the name of the dungeon.
Now that it's reconnected with living memory, its presence is a risk to the city. So we'd like you to brave the Dead Walk and shed some light on this mystery.
You have my thanks. I regret that I cannot give you a tour of the place myself, but know that I shall be with you in spirit.
Stray Burrow Dead Walk. Okay. Guess we'll just queue up for that then. If both of you are ready, at least. That you're here. Don't know about. Fine. Okay, you're just Solution 9, but you're writing. We should just go. Chat. Okay. It sounds like this one has some, like from what I understand, this one I guess is the one with the teacups or something like that. Which seems to be the one mechanic that's like the most confusing one of these two dungeons. This is the goofy one. Okay. Time to travel through the rift. It's been some time since we had this animation last. I think it was on the trip to Elpis last time. A bit of slightly spooky but also silly music. And also the land of waking dreams and nightmares. They might be trying to go for something like I forget what it's called, Nightmare Before Christmas-esque vibe. Just in like a town. First boss. Vicious Mist, believe. Blue Blight. Yep. guess you just want to avoid getting any of that. Honestly, kind of surprised that I managed to like dodge things there. Charge again. Oh shit. Okay, so now I can't use any actions. Oh, shit. At least the, still have, Ishting alive. You should be able to deal with that. Oh. Having cast times, that's like the only problem for like samurais, I guess. It's just you have that. I forget, is samurai actually the only melee with cast times? I think it's part of their actual rotation, because I know that some of the others, like specifically Reaper at least, has it as well, but that's not one that you would be actively using, I feel like. That's more of a, like, getting your, I forget what the attack is, but like the ranged scythe throwing attack that you have. I feel like that's more one you would use, like, during, like, downtime, kind of. Because I don't think I've ever used it like during actual fights. Just only in between. There's one burst too. Okay. I guess it does a lot of damage, so I guess it kind of makes up for the, like, if you missed, yeah, for the few missed GZDs. split into multiple different colors. So I think that we're gonna have something where we need to be standing in the right spots. Jack in a pot. Troubling teacups. Okay, there's something with that teacup. So throw that in that over there. Okay, so you want to keep track of the teacups with the ghosting. Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay, so these teacups are on opposite sides. I think it might be safe on these sides. Yep. Okay. 20 teapots. What the fuck? Oh. Okay. Try and keep track of that one, because they don't have mechanics at the same time. Okay, I think. Nope, not the right spot. God, that mechanic is fucking confusing. Well, Nishidin, you can do it. Order power. I get now why people are like, hey, yeah, the teacups. What the fuck's up with that, like, mechanic? They're so fast, yeah. I feel like they are maybe a little bit too fast, or they don't have enough of an indicator, because you can only really keep track of one of them. Like when it was the one where it was like, oh, they're on opposite sides, that was easy enough, but when it's like this, it's like, okay, trying to keep track of that is not easy. Does seem like I think there's a certain I don't know way that they work, so that you take on one of the ones furthest away from the marked ones, but you take your GCD whole one time. Okay. I feel like it's probably possible to figure out a way to basically keep track of it easily, but you need to like do it a few times in the dungeon to have a good way of keeping track of stuff. I think I might have an idea of how you can figure out the second, where it's like not opposite of each other. But I'm gonna have to basically try and run it again in order to see if I can test that theory. Some of these enemies. You're just constantly slapping the ground there. That the boss? They're gonna turn into the boss. Is it a wall boss? Not quite, it seems. Daylit Nightmare. Trollmery? I have no idea how to pronounce that properly. Okay. Regret guessing blind AoE. Okay, so far simple enough. Poltergeist. Section 4 begins to glow. Ah, it goes the guys. Okay, that's how we do it. Okay, I had a feeling because it said like against something. Can't remember exactly what it said, but against geists or something or other. spirits. Good thing that I already swapped. This one honestly isn't too difficult. You just need to keep track of like if you're a spirit or living, and also if it's doing any specific attacks. And right now I'm getting a bunch of lag. It's perfect time with that shit. The teacup, the second boss is definitely the most difficult one in this dungeon. This one, not overly difficult, but definitely need to keep track of a few things there. I'm still happy with Dawntrail's combat stuff so far at least. And hey game, will you fucking hey dipshit PC, can you load? Can you load? Thank you. We're actually loading now, and I still can't get this earring because I can't. I already have one. God, that took forever for my game to load there. Nice. Those dungeons done. Let's see if my PC is going to take forever to load this as well. God, I really just want to get a new PC soon, but I need to wait a bit so I can like save up money for it. I love doing the healer's job as a thing. I mean, as a warrior, you do also have just some really powerful things there. Like I know for a fact that I have also just played the healer in some dungeons. I forget which one it's called, which one it is, but it's the one where you find the Bag of Luck for the first time. That one I have at least once gone in on warrior, and I think most of the people in that group, some of them were not exactly the best players, and the healer definitely died. I think basically the problem was that people kept just either not removing the blue fire debuff, or some of them also just straight up burned multiple things because they were dumb. So it's like, great. But I basically had to like keep DPS alive during that one because it was like, okay, people are just constantly taking too much damage. The healer is dead. We don't have anyone who can rest, so it's like, great. Got like 3 pulls without a healer, so further suspensions were like super easy to. Unserious job, yeah. Like, it is insane how strong warrior is in just dungeons. Trials and raids, it becomes a little bit less powerful, the whole like self-healing, but it's still really powerful. Especially because none of them are like casts, unlike Paladin, who needs like, oh, cast Clemency. That has a cast timer. Granted, you can technically just do your 1, 2, 3 and then use a free Clemency. I think so. Still pretty good, but you think Gunbreaker clears. Yeah, from what I understand, Gunbreaker and Dark Knight are usually the top picks for like extreme and savage content, just due to the like DPS output. What I remember, Dark Knight had like the hard or highest DPS output of any of the tanks. Dark Knight is kind of in now apparently. Huh. It's kind of surprising because I feel like, from at least what I've heard, that at least during I think Shadowbringers and Endwalker, Dark Knight was like one of the top DPS. Who I think it could be that I'm wrong with this, but during their burst they sometimes like without DPS, or at least like get very high in terms of the DPS. Early Endwalker, Dark Knight was definitely near the top. Can't really remember the rest. Okay. But like from what I think Paladin is also somewhat decent in like extremes and savage due to their ability to have like leave a lot of like group mitigation. With like a straight up shield, I forget what the attack is called now. Passage of Arms, which just heavily reduces damage taken by anyone behind, like on a 2-minute cooldown. The thing Warrior does have though is Home Gain. That is a really powerful invuln, which I believe is usually used in ultimates to like cheese certain fights. I think that's at least what I've heard. Okay, it's pretty broken, yeah. Like just the fact that it has such a short cooldown is insane. And then you have like Paladin, which is like what, 12 minutes or some shit like that cooldown. Like yeah, that's gonna be used once and that's it.
You're back. Was the dead walk as haunting as we expected?
3 to 4 minute cooldown on a invuln is wild, but that's self-sustained. Yeah, it does still do the thing where it's like, okay, you can still take damage, you just can't die. So you need to like use it in smart situations, but it's still insane, like how fast it is. Like during an ultimate, you get to use that shit like several times, and probably even during like extremes and savage raids. Granted, I don't know how long most of those are actually if you're doing them synced, but I'm guessing they're at least like maybe 8 to 12 minutes minimum, I would assume.
Let me get this straight. You met a disturbed mascot, attended a twisted tea party, were assaulted by a skywheel and a merry-go-round, then fought for your life in a haunted house?
The Endless House, to be precise. And with that, my suspicions are confirmed. In the days when Dreamborough yet flourished, the Endless House often held plays with volunteers from the audience.
Ultimates are usually around 20 minutes. Yeah. Like they are definitely longer, but extremes and savage raids, are they usually around like 12-ish minutes maybe? Average is 10 minutes, okay. Same with extremes, okay, so around that ballpark that I assumed. Okay, because I feel like trials are usually, and that kind of depends on which trial it is, but usually maybe around like 6 to 8 minutes. Like the normal ones, and raids can definitely like change a lot depending on which ones it is, but it is probably also around the same ballpark, so it adds around like 2 to 4-ish minutes to the normal versions. Okay.
These volunteers would be cast as the story's heroes and tasked with rescuing a captive princess from Traumaray, Lord of Nightmares.
That sounds awfully similar to Shauna's experience.
Precisely. Thus, I believe the Deadwalk's monstrous residents were given life by the lingering memories of the Endless who once called it home. As its name once implied, the district was built for those Endless who love to dream. The theme park itself likely gained a mind of its own. Over the years, perhaps it, too, harbored the hope that a hero would grant its former citizens final, desperate wish for freedom, and for home.
So, as I understand it, when Queen Sphene and Zoral Ja first attempted interdimensional fusion, a few areas within living memory suddenly vanished into the rift, including Dream Burrow. And as the endless souls within began to fade, their memories and desires fused with the very essence of their home to turn the Deadwalk into what it is now? Considering the timing, we have to assume the district's reconnection is due to Her Majesty's last attempt at interdimensional fusion. But with Traumaray gone, those lost souls should finally be able to rest in peace.
I am not entirely certain, but the rift did close upon Shauna's return. I can only hope your hypothesis is truth, and their role in that hollow performance has concluded. As has mine, I suspect. Long have I served as a guide, eager to bring joy to every visitor who passed through living memory's golden gates. But I see now why I remained. I was meant to perform this final act of guidance, to lead you both to those lost dreamers. I do not wish to dampen the mood, of course, so I shall take my leave. But I could not be prouder to serve my fellow citizens, and I could not be happier that you were my final guests. Farewell, my friends, and thank you. Truly.
So he's just gonna disappear off screen.
I pity him, but I think it's best to let him go. We should return to Solution 9. Your good deeds still need to go rewarded, after all. I'll meet you back there, as my real self this time.
Okay. All one, Solution 9. And down here. In this wrong direction.
A job well done, Shauna. With the Deadwalk anomaly taken care of, Oblivion can return to its regular surveys of living memory. We'll have to decide carefully how best to handle the former haven of the Endless, but I do know one thing for sure. It's our duty to uncover the mysteries at the heart of living memory, what it was made for, and what horrors kept it running, so that we never repeat those mistakes. I'd like to think that's what the lost souls there would have wanted as well, and that's what will drive me forward. Thank you again for your help, and safe travels out there.
Nice. That is both dungeons done. And I also have Expert Roulette. Nice. So, I guess that's basically going to be it for the stream today, because there's not much left really for me to do right now. At least not anything I feel like I have time enough to do during the stream, because we do have this, the Arcadia raids, but that's gonna have to wait until probably Sunday, I'm thinking. Because that's when that is going to be my next stream, and I'm thinking that we'll tackle the graphics card tower that day. Because I feel like these usually take around, like, I don't know, depending on the story, 4 hours? 3 to 4 hours usually per tier. I remember it being that around there at least. So a good hour, you'd say. This one is not too long. Did you watch all the cutscenes as well, or what? Boxing is totally Vidwin. I don't think I have a PC case. I don't even think there is a PC case big enough for this. It's fucking graphics card. I feel like it has to have been a graphics card that they based this thing on. This one's kind of neat. Okay. I have heard good things about it, that not so much about like the encounters exactly, but I have heard the music is really good apparently. That apparently all 4 fights have like unique music, if I understand it correctly. The 3rd fight is kind of meh in your opinion, but the rest are super fun. Good to hear. All are unique. Okay, nice. Because I can't quite remember how it was, but I seem to remember that in Pandemonium, or was it the... I feel like most of the fights had like, or at least most of the tiers had like 2 fights that shared the music, and then they would have like usually the 2 first fights would share the same song, I think, and then the last 2 would usually have their own ones. Mostly instrumental, vocal, of the instrumental, unique theme. Okay, yeah, something along those lines. It's like I think I mainly remember the music at least from the last tier, where it was outside of Asmodeus, that was all one theme until P4. Okay. Yeah, I seem to remember that P8 and P9, or not P8, P9 and P10 had the same song. P11 had essentially a kind of different version of To the Edge, which kind of fits with the whole Elidibus stuff. And then, yeah, P12 had its completely own music, which was basically a mix of all the other, like most of the other stuff. And then if you do the Savage version, there's the whole like what was it again? Ultima's something song from the Evilise raids, but like a remix of it, I think. Basically, Arcadians so far have 1 for each fight. That's nice. Also, what is the general community like name for this because I saw like right around when it released that people were basically calling it the letter R and then 1 N, for example, for round, but now I'm seeing stuff with like M for match 1. Okay, so it's M that they've decided on. Okay, because like usually it's pretty easy with it, where it's like, oh, Alexander, that's A, Omega, that's O, so on. Like Eden, it's E, Pandemonium, it's P. Pretty simple. That they have M1, M2, M3, M4, and titles, so most people are sticking to that. Okay, that's simple enough at least, because I feel like it's just become a tradition of like letter, number, and then N or S. Pandemonium is P. not quite, but I see what you're getting at. Yeah, I feel like the only other one that kind of like differs in the name is Binding Call to Bahamut, where I guess it is C that basically is the first letter usually, or is it? Do people just say coils? I'm actually not sure now, but I feel like it's just C that people write, like C1 to 13. I don't quite remember now though, but it seems to remember it being that. I still fucking love this place. Like it. I think the thing that I like so much about Solution 9 is just how big it feels, despite not being that big either. Like, sure, it has a decent amount of space you can walk around in, but I think it just feels so much bigger than a lot of the other cities, purely because of the like skybox. Like, it feels like there's so much stuff around, which honestly just makes me feel like it feels bigger than it actually is. It would be kind of nice if we actually could get access to more of Solution 9. For example, Lodge City, yeah. But just the skyscraper, like the skybox with all the like giant buildings, just makes it feel like it's bigger than a lot of the other cities. Because Kugane, I feel like that doesn't really feel all that big, despite being a decently sized city. The Hero-born cities aren't honestly that big, and they're usually kind of closed. You can't really see too much outside them, so they don't feel as big, in my opinion. Maybe Limsa, but at the same time, not really, because it's just ocean. Solution 9 just feels big, and also just because of like the buildings in here are just very big as well, which adds to kind of the illusion almost. Because I wouldn't be surprised if you could, like, if you were to compare the actual size and you could like actually measure stuff. I kind of feel like it wouldn't be that much of a difference between the cities. Because like if we were to go Kugane, maybe it is actually, I'm not sure, because this actually does feel smaller. I guess in a way to check it would basically be to figure out the furthest distance that you could kind of run, then just try and run that, I guess. See how long it takes. I'm getting that thing over there. Nice. You feel like Ul'dah covers everything, so you kind of don't get actual let's see, full city. Yeah, I feel like Ul'dah is actually the one that also feels like you kind of feel like you actually see most of Ul'dah actually when you walk around, because maybe not everything, but like most of this does kind of loop around. There's maybe like a bit here that you don't fully see. There's maybe like more of the upper parts you don't really see, but you can't really see outside of Ul'dah, so that kind of limits how big it feels. But maybe they have just made Solution 9 like way bigger actually than some of the other cities. I should probably stop just talking about so I can actually like end the stream and probably go to bed somewhat soon, because I do have to like wake up semi early, like around 7 in the morning, so I can do laundry, because I reserved my washing machines for that. So yeah, gonna have to wake up for that. Okay, let's try and see if I can find someone to possibly raid. Let's see. Keep us streaming. Welcome, Ryuko, and thank you for the raid. Let's see. Who do we have that I could raid? Let's see. We do have Didi. It's currently streaming some like a dragon Ishin. So that's an option. Oh, you've been streaming for 2 hours and around 40 minutes. Yeah, we can go with that. Yeah, we'll raid Danish D. And yeah. As I said, I'll probably be back on Sunday with some more Final Fantasy, because we get a lot of content right now and I have a lot of content to try and get through, so we'll just do some more of that. The plan is kind of to thank you for the follow, Crashy Catty, or should I say just say Angora. But yeah, the plan is basically just Sunday to, I'm not sure which order, but probably, who knows too much. But yeah, I'll probably just do the raids to begin with. Probably gonna start around like 12 my time zone, not sure. But yeah, do the raids. If you want to join, you're free to do that. Yeah, do the raids, and then depending on how much time that's left after, maybe some other stuff. I don't know what. Maybe continue some of the quests that we did earlier that were blue quests. I don't know. Possibly that. Could maybe get started on the whole crafting studium-esque thing. I don't remember what it's called though, but that maybe. Could maybe start, like, I can't remember if you can actually gather stuff for that before the quests. Might have to look into that, but if it's possible, gather that stuff maybe tomorrow so that I have that ready. I do also have to do a lot of lead quests tomorrow, because holy shit, I am about to like hit the cap. I think Sunday morning at around 2 is when I'm gonna hit my cap on the leave allowances, and I need to get that thing down again. So I do not want to cap on that. Yeah, other than that stuff, I don't really know what else I would do Sunday, but maybe I can find something. Who knows? Do your weeklies, so you're still down. Okay, great. But yeah, not much else to say, I guess, from me, other than thank you everyone for watching the stream and chatting, and to both Angora and Ishirin for the help with slightly faster queues for the dungeons. And yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and raid Didi then. And yeah, I'll be back Sunday. And if I don't see any of you Sunday, then probably sometime next week. I don't know when. but we'll see when I get to stream again. But yeah. Anyway, until next time everyone, I'll see ya.